the process of doing it, but as well as the coding and preparation that we integrate with the data set in SPSS itself. And we were able also to tackle quite some samples on how to explain each in the appropriate format or in appropriate standards like the APA in order for us to make our analysis more meaningful, precise, as well as suitable for publications. So in a few words, in a word or two, can I ask some feedbacks on your key takeaways yesterday? Let's start with Ma'am Charina. How did you find our first day so far?
Good morning, sir. Actually, sir,
Morning.
I was very delighted with the presentation, the application, the interpretation, and everything that you have given or provided to us yesterday. And yeah, it was over information overload. And when I got home, my parents asked me what happened to me. Kay kapon yung kay kong naong, sir. Pero
Okay.
anyways, I really thank also my university because they allowed me to attend this training. Kay in-ani yun nga training akong gusto, sir, when it
Okay.
comes to statistics. I have been to different webinars no in statistics. Kani gid, sir, ang very kuan gid kaayo into content no. So thank you so much,
Okay.
sir, for your what's this expertise, sharing your expertise to
I
us.
think that's very nice to hear. No, so I do hope that you also have taken the liberty of writing notes in order for you to, it would help you a lot, especially in the review process. Ay, that's good. That's good. Okay. How about let's ask Sir Rodel Alba. Sir, kamusta kahapon ang installation process mo sa software at paano mo okay lang ba yung ating proseso sa quick pag-take ng notes? How are you yesterday?
Good morning, Doc.
Morning.
I am actually tech. I am having great back now.
Uy, nawala yata si Juan.
I'm here, Doc.
Yes, I can hear you now. I can hear you
Ayan.
now.
Actually, Doc, I'm recording this webinar because I am really overwhelmed by this topic of this statistics. I'm talagang need ko po ito because I am currently writing my paper. I also ask assistance from you via email. Hindi ko lang po alam kung narinig niyo na. And yun lang po na. So kaya medyo mabagal po ako ang pacing ko. Kaya kasi sa gabi nire-replay ko yung recording just to catch up everything. Kaya tapos mabagal din ang connection kaya hindi ako
Mm.
maka-connect. I'm very thankful, Doc. Salamat.
Okay. So anyway, sir, anyway, if this is recorded, you can just go back to the
Playback po.
recordings and then
Yes, Doc.
try to execute the commands in the software while you're listening so that at least you will just be comfortable, no? Kasi we're not expecting that we can really learn everything in one sitting. So ako nagsimula ako sa ganyan, no. So for example, may seminar may YouTube, tapos niraran ko siya, and then nung lumabas yung output, parang moment of glory kapag lalabas yung output eh. So which means that you're doing the steps correctly. But later on, if you would be doing the commands, kapag kasi aralin mo na talaga siya, in my case, in my PhD, we're so intensive with that because development research ang ating major. So talagang malalaman mo doon ang theory at saka ang praxis at saka ang standards kumbaga ng statistical analysis, and you'll just get there, no? Anyway, I am so thankful that you were able to review. Anyway, meron ako nung nagka-pandemic kasi is I uploaded my classes, my basic statistics class in my YouTube account. No? Hindi naman siya YouTube channel, no, kasi hindi naman ako vlogger. So lahat ng mga basic statistics andun naman siya in class in my classes, no, sa YouTube in-upload para if in case may mga interested mag-review talaga sa procedure, pwede nilang balikan yung assumptions. hanapin nyo lang yung full name ko, andun lang naman, lalabas naman yung pangalan ko. Pero sometimes kasi vernacular yung pagsasalita ko doon. So you might want to um, refer to your friends or refer to me na lang kung ano yung ibig sabihin ng translation doon. Kasi I really teach by laymanizing statistical terms for easier understanding of everyone. Sige. I know that this morning I promised you that we would be doing multivariate statistics, no? So first and foremost, before we proceed to share ko na yung slide ko ha. Eto kasi ang aking coverage, no? For today, we have like a total of 94 slides for the morning. So these includes the following, no? So ano yung mga tools that we can use under multivariate analysis. I would also introduce you the basics of factor analysis. Usually ang factor analysis, it would take me like 3 to 4 hours just to teach it on a faster scale. But if in case normal pacing talaga na tinuturo ko factor analysis 1 week. But I promise to make it very short and simple for you so that it would be easier for you to apply it, no? And then meron tayong cluster analysis here. Usually cluster analysis enables us to understand, it's just like factor analysis because it's multi-dimensional scaling or creating or reducing several data sets into different dimensions. But the application of that, I'll tell you later. And unahin natin si multiple linear regression at saka isusunod natin yung regression families natin. And then i-add on ko na lang din ang aking custom dialogue for mediating and moderating effect para makita nyo kung ano yung kaibahan ng different models of regression using different conceptual frameworks. Okay, so we'll start with regression analysis. I will just introduce to you the steps on doing regression analysis. So regression analysis is basically aims to establish not just the nature of the relationship, but also whether X affects Y or whether there are causal dependencies of the variables that you are estimating. So yesterday, we were able to correlate in Pearson product moment correlation analysis the relationship of two variables. So that variable is organizational commitment and job satisfaction. Now, when we say correlation, it's basically like a Venn diagram. Now, a Venn diagram has a specific area where these two circles or two round shapes meet together. So the area where it's common for the both of them, or the area where they actually meet, is considered to be the correlation value. Ibig sabihin, correlation is merely the closeness or the consistency of the two or more variables. So the closer the circles are with one another, the more likely that they are dependent with one another. Kaya nga may tinatawag tayong independent variable and dependent variable. So when we say dependent variable, it is an outcome of a specific cause, which is actually called in statistics as independent variable, which means that it's actually a standalone variable that could likely cause something to happen on another variable, and there is no guarantee that the variable that it actually affects could also create an effect to it. Kaya siya independent. Yung dependent variable naman is a condition or it's an outcome based on the changes like increase or decrease of the variable or the variables that are actually theoretically known to cause something into it. So, kailangan nating i-delineate kung ano ang ibig sabihin ng relationship at saka ano ang ibig sabihin ng correlation at saka ano ang ibig sabihin ng cause and effect relationship. Kasi kapag significance of the relationship, mostly we are always estimating it using the Pearson R because we are estimating the closeness of the variables. But it should not end there. Kasi yung usual notion natin kapag magpi-Pearson R na tayo, especially sa undergrad, yun na yun eh. Parang okay na yan kasi na-establish mo na ang significant relationship. But in the explanation, the conclusion, and the recommendations coming from that statistical analysis is quite or are quite disconnected with the reality. Kasi when you do correlation analysis, You are merely establishing the nearness or the consistency or the closeness of the variables. It does not actually provide you in any way possibility of an increase or a decrease of the outcome. Kasi that's cause and effect relationship. That's a different statistical analysis. However, in this particular modeling, we are not just understanding the nature of the relationship, we're also estimating whether or not it caused an increase or a significant decrease on your outcome variable. So regression analysis is a model building procedure. Hindi siya modeling career, yung modeling na model na magpro-project ka sa camera ha. It's model building because you are estimating possible changes under maximum likelihood estimation given one regressor, one or more regressor, and its direct causal relationship with an outcome variable or the regression or the dependent variable. So under the model building procedure, ito yung ating mga steps. No? So just like any other inferential statistical analysis, the cause and effect relationship, basically any regression analysis follows rigid standards in their own. No? So meron tayong mga assumptions na kailangan ding i-meet apart from linearity, homoscedasticity, including the errors in the estimation procedure. Kailangan natin talagang i-ensure yun. There is no such thing as non-parametric counterpart of regression analysis because in its own, it's a parametric test. But there are non-linear counterparts of regression analysis because the usual thing that we do is that when you correlate in Pearson R, it is expected that once the theory would dictate you na meron siyang relationship, then you can proceed in the regression analysis. However, kapag Spearman's law or Kendall's law ang gagamitin mo, where the assumption is usually on correlating or associating rank variables or even scaled variables that did not meet the parametric assumption, hindi ka kasi makakaproceed ng regression analysis doon kasi ang regression analysis is a parametric statistical analysis. So ano ang ating mga tatandaan under model building procedure of regression analysis? We need to ensure, number one, that your research would have sufficient empirical evidence na yung dependent variable mo is affected by your independent variable. Ibig sabihin, your study that uses regression analysis should prove that there is a relationship in the first place. Kasi there is no worth if you will be proceeding to a regression analysis kung number one, wala kang theory or wala kang related literature na nagsasabi na meron siyang relationship, no? It's just like trying to investigate whether the increase of the number of pizza consumption of the Philippines could cause or could likely cause more volcanic eruptions. No? So they could be statistically correlated, but they are theoretically inconsistent. No? Because may mga ganon. We call it spurious correlation. The data correlated, but it does not make sense. When you increase the number of pizza consumption, the more people will die because of Facebook, of falling in the stairs because of playing Pokemon Go. It doesn't make sense. No? So may mga ganon, no? We call it spurious correlation. I'll type the term ha kasi that's actually making sense, especially when you do your analysis. Kung nag-cherry picking ka lang ng variables. Ano ang ibig sabihin ng cherry picking ng variables? Your thesis is merely there in order to test the relationship of variables that does not have any significant relationship at all, and you are forcing the related literature to fit them into a significant relationship. So, dapat i-determine talaga natin ang appropriate variables. That's the first step. And the second step is to identify potential independent variables. Ibig sabihin, you need to have a very intensive related literature review. So kung na-establish siya sa mga published studies in China, in UK, in Europe, in Australia, so there is now a compelling evidence for you to test the relationship of those variables in the Philippines. No? So it's not merely copying or copy-pasting that or copying that idea from outside the country, but it can still be considered original because your idea is to test those relationships whether they are possible here in the Philippines. And then collect relevant data. When we say collect relevant data, we still need to ensure that we meet the number of adequate samples to begin with. And second one, those samples have to be probabilistically sampled. Ibig sabihin, they should be randomly selected and there is no bias in the selection of these samples. Fourth one is to hypothesize the model form. Ang ating regression analysis is a mathematical, it actually stems from a mathematical linear model, y equals mx plus b. So ibig sabihin, ang ating y is our estimated variable, any estimated changes of the variable which will later become y hat if in case meron na tayong functional values in the regression analysis. So y equals mx, m there is the constant. No. M there is your value of your b, which means that it could take any form like a positive and a negative, and your b there is your variable. It could be one variable, it could be multiple variables. If in case you would extend your equation y equals mx plus b, your b could be b sub 1 plus b sub 2 plus b sub 3. Okay? So the m there is the value of your b's. No, it could be the increase or decrease of the values, whether they're significant or not. Your mx, sorry, your m is the value of your x. Your x variables could be x sub 1, x sub 2, x sub 3. Your b there is your constant, which means that if in case you put your mx to 0, the value of your y equals to m. So translating it in a normal language, no, that means that there are variables that may affect another variable, and then removing these variables that you're trying to estimate to your y, the value of your y is equal to the value of the constant, which means that that constant could either be other variables that are not accounted in your study or that are not considered in your estimation procedure. And then fitting the model is very tricky because you need to ensure that apart from identifying the significant variables that could affect another variable, fitting the model is ensuring that your data is consistent with your model. This is where you do the data science legwork because you would now be identifying whether there are data sets that create unnecessary errors in your model. And finally is to do diagnostic checking. So ito yung ating procedure later on. But how do you translate this in SPSS? So punta tayo sa SPSS. Okay, I want everyone to open the nurse data set. Okay, so the nurse data set yesterday includes these variables, and we do have here effective continuance and normative commitment or overall organizational commitment. And then we have 3 indicators of job satisfaction that includes relationship management support, job content, and relationship with coworkers. Those are actually components of job satisfaction. And the dependent variable here is I'm not so sure what ICC means. I forgot. Intercultural communication. Okay, intercultural communication, which happens to have 4 types of beliefs in them. So what we're going to do is to create in Microsoft Word, I will create a hypothesized diagram. Okay, ang study niya is intercultural communication competence and organizational commitment as predictors of job satisfaction of frontline nurses of public hospitals. Something like that. That's the title of the thesis. Now, if in case we're going to translate that into a diagram, I'll create a text box here. Okay. So the first independent variable that you have is intercultural communication competence. And then the second variable is organizational commitment. And then your dependent variable is your job satisfaction. So yan. Maglalagay tayo ng arrows here because we are estimating the causal relationship, no? So ano ba ang relevance ng conceptual framework? It's actually showing you a graphical representation of your hypothesis. So yung ating hypothesis, usually they are written in sentence form, but your conceptual framework is basically the graphical illustration of your hypothesis. So this is your hypothesis 1. Yan. Lalagay tayo ng shape, outline, then no outline. And then another one is that. Okay. That's hypothesis 2. So your ICC is, if in case it's in the null form, has no direct effect to job satisfaction, and its alternative form, your intercultural communication competence, has a direct effect on your job satisfaction. Also, organizational commitment has a direct effect, or in null hypothesis, no direct effect OC to JS, but if in case it's alternatively written, its organizational commitment has a direct effect on job satisfaction. Now, here's the thing. Apart from trying to establish the significance of the direct effect, or there is, or whether ICC influences your JS, or whether OC influences your JS, you are also going to make your related literature, or you need to use your related literature to come up with a hypothesized nature of the relationship. Let's say that the hypothesized nature of the relationship is that an increased ICC leads to an increased JS, or an increased OC increases your JS, and if in case you decrease your ICC and OC, it would also decrease your JS. So you need to to actually spell that out in your hypothesis, no? In published studies, what we actually see are hypo related literature, and then hypothesis in the end, and then another related literature, and then hypothesis in the end. That's because that is the function of your related literature. It should back up your possible hypothesis, which will be tested in your statistical analysis. So having said that, we're going to try, based in our data, how to run regression analysis given, let's say, first nating attempt is to establish the relationship first of OC to JS. So we go to SPSS, and after we successfully correlated the variables, we go to analyze, and then we go to regression, and then click linear. And then since we're after we're actually looking on the overall effect of organizational commitment towards job satisfaction, papasok natin si orgcom here sa independent, job satis sa dependent, and then we click statistics. We're going to actually check whether this study has, or whether the regression analysis um, meets this assumption. But let's assume for the record that this meets the assumption, and it meets the required sample size. So we're going to click confidence intervals, and then we need to check the residuals if in case it's greater than or less than 3 for us to check whether there is a multicollinearity problem. Now, our Durbin-Watson would actually give us an idea that our model is problematic. So please check whether or not your DW exceeds to 3, because that's actually a problem. That actually causes problem in our estimation procedure. And then let's check on partial and part and partial correlations to inspect whether from the very beginning may relationship ang ating variable. And then collinearity diagnostics. So while these are actually additional buttons that you need to click, these would actually give you a justification on the validity of the use of regression analysis. So after that, continue, and then after that, click tayo ng options. Okay tayo dito. Check natin yung plots. Pwede nating skip ito later. I would explain to you in a different setup kung ano yung ating ipapasok dito. And then afterwards, click OK. So it should contain the following variables, or it should contain the following tables. Anyway, can you hear me, and can you see the screen?
Yes, no. Yes, no.
Okay. So ito yung ating final output for regression analysis with our dependent variable as job satisfaction of our frontline nurses and our organizational commitment as our independent variable. So I'll copy the output first, and I'll transfer this in Microsoft Word. Okay, meron na tayong output. I'll just remove the notes here. Okay. So remember that our variable is job satisfaction first, ang ating dependent variable, organizational commitment, ating independent variable. So meron tayong model summary here. Again, babalikan natin si Dorbin Watson. Our Dorbin Watson should not exceed to 3 for us to have no problem in the estimation procedure, or hindi malaki masyado yung errors natin. So basically 1.65 is less than 3, and that's okay. Titingnan natin ang value ng relationship, ang value ng R or ang correlation value ng orgcom at saka ng job satis is 0.119. This is actually a very small value, because when you multiply it in itself, this would be, if you square the value of your correlation, so it would be a problem because ang value is 0.014, meaning to say that your organizational communication only explains 2 to 2, no, I'm sorry, 0 point, a point, let me check muna, parang na, hindi ako nakapag-multiply ng 100, wait lang, 0.002 times 100. So it only explains 0.2 to 1.4% of the variance of job satisfaction. So kung ita-translate natin into in a laymanized form, given that ang isang cake is 100%, ang slice na 0.2 to 1.4% dyan, ipagpalagay natin yung cake is ang job satisfaction ng nurses. Ang size ng slice ng cake na org communication ang pangalan is only 1.4%, meaning to say that organizational communication only explains very small value of the variance of your job satisfaction, and that 98% of the variance of job satisfaction is explained by other variables that you did not include in your study. So ibig sabihin, ang organizational communication, commitment ng mga nurses only explains very little to their job satisfaction. And there could be other variables that matter with them, especially during the pandemic. So, meron tayo ditong ANOVA table din, which is very essential, especially when we're going to check the linear dependency of our variables. Remember that one of the assumptions of regression analysis is the linear dependency of the variable, which means that apart from the fact that it should be correlated, that means that they should have linear relationships. If you plot the residuals of the two variables in an x and y axis, it should follow a straight line, whether increasing or decreasing. Now, how do you check that visually apart from the graph? You need to check the value of your f. The f here is 1.139 and the p-value is greater than 0.05. So I will ask you a question. Is this regression analysis significant or not significant?
Not, sir.
Not significant.
So not significant because the value of your f is greater than 0.05,
Verify.
which means that there is, we have now an empirical basis that organizational commitment in its own has no linear dependency and no linear association with job satisfaction, or the two variables are independent concepts, which means that they do not really cause so much effect on each other, or one does not cause a direct effect on the other, and that they are basically independent variables to begin with, which means that they are different concepts and they should not, and one is not actually expected to cause something on the other variable because they have no linear association whatsoever. Your ANOVA table gives you an idea on the fit of your regression. In this case, the regression is not significant, meaning to say it's not fitting or the data does not fit on the hypothesized causal relationship. Now, another table is the coefficients. Dito natin malalaman kung ano ang changes ng ating dependent variable upon the increase of your independent variable. So, here's your coefficient. But for the record, minsan nakakakita ako ng thesis or publication na itong coefficients ang table na dinidisplay. Hindi po tama yon because in APA, you need to only have one table for regression analysis to begin with. Not including some other assumptions like collinear diagnostic, residual statistics, kasi nasa appendix ito eh. So how do I summarize this table into its APA form? Ano ang ating mga titingnan? So what we're going to do first is to copy this coefficients table. Yan kasi ang ating main table for regression analysis. And then I'll delete the title first. I'll delete the caption. I'll delete this one. This is one of the this is 95% confidence interval. This one is the zero order correlation. Hindi talaga sila related. Hindi significant ang relationship. Ito is one of the assumptions that we need to ensure in regression analysis. Tolerance and VIF, part of the collinearity statistics. Delete natin ito for the meantime. And then we're going to, let's say, auto-fit that. And then I'm going to increase the font into 12. And then let's say times New Roman na lang. So this one is organizational commitment. So unstandardized coefficient, tanggalin ko na lang itong header. Ito ang actual na symbol, no, the B, and then the standard error, and then replace the beta with the actual symbol beta, and then T, and remove this one. So in this case, I would just label this significant ang ating constant, but our purpose here is to check whether significance in organizational commitment. You can see in your, if in case you would run the analysis, you would see that the p-value of your organizational commitment is greater than 0.05, hence rendering the significance of the direct effect of organizational commitment towards job satisfaction. So I'll clean this first and then remove the extra borders. Okay. And then heading. That's okay. So I'll remove this table and then I will report first the F. F, open and close parenthesis, the degree of freedom, 179. So 1 comma 79 and then equals 1.139. P equals 0.289. So not significant. And then R square equals 0.014. Delta R square or the adjusted R square is very small, no? Napakaliit. Delta R square is 0.002. So this one, okay, delta R square. Okay, let's delete this one. Okay, na-copy na natin ang value ng F. Ang F natin, ang 1,79 degree of freedom yan, which is this one. Regression, residual equals the value of your F, 1.139. And then P equals 0.289, not significant. So in the first place, kung wala siyang significant relationship sa Pearson R, this should not actually be the case. No need for you to run regression analysis because in the first place, wala namang purpose of doing it kung hindi na siya nag-meet sa assumption of linear dependency or significant relationship. So, pagpalagay natin na nirun natin siya for the purpose of your exercise and then we'll interpret this in order for us to know how it's actually interpreted. So let's say that this would be how you do it. No? So table 1 shows the result of the simple linear regression analysis. Bakit simple, Ma'am Sharina, bakit kaya simple linear regression analysis ang pangalan dito?
I am not sure, sir.
It's simple linear
Because
regression analysis, ma'am,
we use
because isang variable
one
lang ang
variable.
in-estimate mo. Kapag 2 or more na yan, so of course, multiple na yan. No? Multiple linear regression analysis.
Thank you, sir.
Pwede mo lang, you can actually just say directly na result of the linear regression analysis. Generic naman yun. No? Pero for the purpose of distinguishing simple with multiple, table 1 shows the result of the simple linear regression analysis that aims to determine the significant direct effect. Okay? Or ang ginagamit niyo significant influence. Very generic masyado ang significant influence. So you would just say significant direct effect. No? Kasi we're actually doing a linear association, which means that there is a direct effect of one variable to another variable. No? So we will use the term direct effect. So determine the significant direct effect of organizational commitment to the job satisfaction of frontline nurses in public hospitals. That's the intention of your analysis. And then report now if in case it's significant or not. Findings revealed no significant direct effect. No. Findings revealed no causal or linear relationship between the two variables. Comma, report your F. F open 1,79 equals 1.139. P equals 0.289. No direct, also OC was or is found to have no significant direct effect on JS. So open and close parenthesis, report the B equals 0.153, comma, T equals 0. P equals 1.067, P equals ang value ng P nung sa ating analysis. Ang value ng P is 289, no? 0.289. So after that, you need to decide based on your hypothesis. Hence, the study, the hypothesis, the null hypothesis stating no significant direct effect of stating that OC has no significant direct effect on JS is not rejected. Ganon. So balikan natin ang anatomy ng regression analysis. Ano ang kailangan natin na title of the table? Ano ang kailangan natin ng mga information? We need to ensure that the constants, unstandardized beta or the B, the standard error of the mean 0.490, the actual beta, and the T statistics are actually present in the table. So optional na i-report mo yung T value niya here or the sig value or whatever is applicable. That's optional because you can just directly report that in the text. But this one suffices actually. And the measures of your fit should actually present. So first, you need to display that ANOVA table result. This one is basically the same one-way analysis of variance in the test of significant mean differences. But then the ANOVA table here, the function of the ANOVA table in regression analysis is to report the linear dependency or the causal relationship of the two variables. So you need to report the F as well as the degree of freedom of its regression and residual, and then report the value of your F, which is 1.139. The P value is 0.289. And then R square equals 0.014. Adjusted R square is 0.002. So, and then you need to explain the table. No? So hence, then you need to introduce your intention, and then report the table, and then report the hypothesis, and you report also these things after the hypothesis. But in this case, there's no need for you to do it because in the first place, klaro naman talaga na walang significant relationship, which should be obvious also in this particular statistic. Okay? So this is the case for organizational commitment. Kung titingnan natin yung ating table here, yung ating graph here, ang ating H2 is not supported. How about ICC? So what we're going to do is run ICC independently. Hold muna natin si OC. Gawin natin yung analyze, and then regression, linear, tanggalin natin si orgcom, ating ipalit si ICC, and then click OK. So in this case, copy natin yung output. Punta tayo sa Word and let's paste the output. Okay. Now, ang ating ginawa is tinest natin yung ating hypothesis 1, ICC has a direct effect to job satisfaction. Now, the question, is there a linear association based on what you are seeing in the screen? Is there or is there not? Or there is or there is none linear association between the two variables?
There is, sir.
There is
There
linear
is,
association.
because the value of your F has a
Is less.
probability value that is less than 0.05. Meaning to say, it would likely confirm the possible correlation of your ICC with job satisfaction. But let's check it with your actual table. Your actual table is here in your coefficients. Ang gawin natin, tanggalin muna natin yung unnecessary, yung ating mga columns na hindi natin muna i-explain, but I would explain to you it this afternoon, no? Especially because we're going to focus more on the multiple later. Okay. Kung titingnan natin ang sig value ng ating ICC towards job satisfaction, it's significant at 0.05 level of significance. Meaning to say that ICC has something to do with job satisfaction or the intercultural communication competence has something to do with your job satisfaction. And that when you increase that, it would also increase your job satisfaction. So based on our ANOVA table, nakita natin na ang dalawang variables seem to have causal dependencies and would likely be correlated with one another. So after which, ating kukunin yung mga vital information. So I'll transform this into, copy ko na muna yung ating isang table, no? Okay, and ang ito is ICC, and then the value of your beta should be copied here. I'll copy that and then paste it here. Okay, so both actually are significant, constant as well as ICC. And then the F value is still the Durbin-Watson is 1.68. That should be fine. The value is 4.411. And the p-value is, since it's significant at 0.05, we will just indicate 0.05. The r-square is 0.53, and the adjusted r-square or the delta r-square is 0.41, which means that ICC explains 4.1 to 5.3% of the variance of your job satisfaction. Maliit pa rin, no? Around 95% pa rin ng mga variables ang hindi mo na-account when you estimate your regression analysis, but then it's significant this time. So what we're going to do, ang gagawin natin is i-interpret natin ang ating regression analysis, this time with a significant variable. So how do you explain it? Okay, so pagpalagay natin, table 2 ito. Table 2 shows the result of the simple linear regression analysis that aims to determine the significant direct effect of ICC to the JS. Findings revealed causal or linear relationship between the two variables. The value of your ANOVA table shall be reported as 4.411, P less than 0.05. Also, ICC is found to have significant direct effect on JS. 357 here. The T ratio is 2.1. The p-value is less than 0.05. Okay. Which roughly translates to an increase of 0.357 on the increase to a beta increase, to an increase of 0.357 on ICC in every 1 point increase of ICC. No. This is JS. In every 1 point increase of ICC, holding other variables constant. Hence, the null hypothesis stating that ICC has no direct effect on JS is rejected. Okay. Finally, ICC explains 4.1 to 5.3% on the variance of JS. Okay, isa-isahin natin ha. Okay, first, remember that ICC has a significant direct effect. No, nakita natin yan sa table kanina. Kung babalikan natin ang ating table, the sig value of ICC is 0.039. So in this case, which is different with this particular example, dito is may significant relationship, meron din siyang significant direct effect. Now, following the template, we also need to report our intention in the first sentence. Second sentence would be as a direct declaration whether there is a significant linear association between the two variables based on the value of your ANOVA table. No? May F dyan at saka regression and residual na degree of freedom. I-report natin ang value ni F. And then P is less than 0.05. Also, ICC is found to have significant direct effect on GS. Ano ang ating evidence on this one? Ang evidence natin is ang p-value ni ICC mismo. So, ang p-value or sig value niya is less than 0.05. At kung mapapansin mo, kung ano ang value ng ANOVA table, kung ano ang sig value ng ANOVA table, yun din ang sig value or ang p-value ni ICC. So, that's 0.039. Now, the information that we need to declare we need to report if we declare significant direct effect is your unstandardized beta. Your unstandardized beta is the change in its raw form or the changes of the mean in its raw form. Ibig sabihin that when you increase 1 point of a particular variable, there is a corresponding increase of the mean. I will explain to you later because we're going to translate this into an equation. So ibig sabihin, i-report natin yung amount of increase in here, which is expressed as the unstandardized beta or the B. And then i-report natin ang T statistic or ang T ratio ng ating variable, which is 2.1. And then report whether it's P greater than 0.05 or less than 0.05. So in this case, the beta equals 0.357, T equals 2.1, P less than 0.05, which roughly translates, this is an English translation, okay, which roughly translates to an increase of 0.357 on JS. Ibig sabihin, kung mag-increase ka kung i-increase mo ang level ng ICC ng mga nurses, ang kanilang job satisfaction would likely increase by 0.357, holding other variables constant. So I will give you an equational value nito ha. So y equals, ang value ng ating constant is 2576 plus mx. No, the value of our m here is 0.357 x. Now, ibig sabihin, ito na ang functional equation for you to determine kung ano ang magiging result na job satisfaction ng mga nurses on a given level of intercultural communication that their hospital would give to them. So what if ang level, let's say, in a scale of 1 to 5, what if ang level ng ating ICC based sa experience ng nurses is 4.5? Ano ngayon ang level ng ating job satisfaction? So how do we know that? We need to use this equation. Saan natin kinuha ang equation? This is the constant which is coming from this one. And then mx plus b man. So mx, the value of your m is this one. Your x is still needs to be substituted with a value, which is this one. And then your b is your constant. So what if your ICC or your x is 4.5? Ibig sabihin, kailangan natin siyang i-substitute. Okay? So what we need to do is just solve this manually. 2.576 plus 0.357 times 4.5. Ibig sabihin, this is very high in the first place. So just multiply and then add the value. So 4.5 times 0.357 plus 2.576. The result of your job satisfaction is 4.1825. Hence, if you're going to translate that to English, hence, if the level of ICC is very high at 4.5, the predicted job satisfaction of nurses would also would be high at 4.1825. Okay? So nakuha natin ang application natin ng ating simple linear regression analysis on a prediction. Kasi in the first place, ang rationale ng ating pag-explain ng netong pula is that there seems to be an increase of 0.357 of the job satisfaction of nurses when you increase your ICC or your independent variable by 1 point. Ito ang isa sa pinaka-vital information in regression analysis because it would give us an idea on the possible changes of the mean of your dependent variable given that you know how to control or to increase or decrease your independent variable. So in this case, this is a functional equation that could give us an idea on the possible changes of the variables that could actually lead to your y or to your dependent variable. Take note that isang variable lang ang ating i-change here, no? Ang ating ICC lang ang ating i-estimate here. Now, sir, what if i-apply natin ang same concept with a non-significant variable? Would it still be okay? Well, basically, for the purpose of trying it, pwede naman siya. But take note that the amount of variance or the amount of change of OC, which is a non-significant variable, towards JS is very small, which is 0.153. Because nga, non-significant direct effect siya sa JS. Hindi masyadong nagmamatter ang increase ng mean score ng isang non-significant variable sa isang dependent variable. But anyway, if in case we applied that same logic, I will just replace the functional equation here plus the value of the beta of your x, which is OC 153. Now, what if your OC or your x is 4.5? What is now the level of JS? So in the first place, let's just substitute the value. And then 153 4.5, and then we'll calculate. So 0.153 times 4.5, that's 0.6885 plus 3.222. Then the value of your y is, ayun, nawala man, 3.91. Okay, so 3.91 na lang ito. So hence, if the level of your organizational commitment is very high at 4.5, the predicted JS of nurses would be high at 3.91. So napakataas na ng organizational commitment ng nurses, pero bakit hindi masyadong mataas ang kanilang job satisfaction? Because nga may ibang significant variables that could explain the variation or the variance of your job satisfaction, and that organizational commitment has a very minute contribution towards improving job satisfaction because there are variables that are more important in the estimation procedure. So kahit i-perfect mo yan to 5, what is OC? What if OC or X is perfect? 5.0 na organizational commitment. What is now the level of JS? So if in case we're going to substitute the value of this X to 5, balikan natin, 0.153 times 5 plus 3.222, 3.987. So, tingnan nyo, nag-increase ka ng mean score ng independent variable ng 0.5, pero ang kanyang increase sa kanyang ng dependent variable is very small. Okay? Which means that meron talagang mas responsible na variables in the estimation procedure. Now, kahit kung i-substitute mo ang x ng 0, tanggalin mo talaga si what if OC is 0? Ano ang level ng GS? ang JS mo is 3.222. So imagine mo, even 5 ang point ng yung X, 3.987 lang siya. If in case gawin mong 0, 3.222 lang siya. So halos wala masyadong major changes of the value of your y in that case. Okay? So in this case, pupuntahan natin ang ating diagram. Nakita natin na based on the result, H1 is supported, which means that ICC has something to do with your, in its own, has something to do with your JS, and OC has not something to do with your OC. Now the question is, if you estimate both of them at the same time, or if you will create a multiple linear regression analysis, which of the two variables are significant? Okay? So ano ang ating command dyan sa ating SPSS? Balikan natin ang ating data. So we'll just click analyze and then regression and then linear. And then isali na natin si si orgcom or si OC and then click OK. Okay, meron na tayong output. What we're going to do is we'll copy that and then we'll place this here. And then we're going to trim the necessary this table and get the necessary information. So kokopyahin ko na lang din itong table na to so that hindi na tayo mahirapan mag-layout. Okay. And then dagdagan lang natin ng isang column. And then ang ating variables entered here, dalawa na, hindi na siya isa. So this is simple or multiple? Ano kayang klaseng regression ito? Simple or multiple?
Multiple na, sir, yung...
Yeah, it's multiple already. Okay, ang ating DW is still okay. So this is this means that it's really fine. The variables that we entered here seem to be not problematic, given that our assumption is linear distribution, normal distribution.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes po.
I believe Dr. Morsha is having like an internet connectivity. Is it correct?
Yes, sir.
So just bear with me, ma'am. So I'll try to contact Dr. Morsha over Messenger. Please hold on.
Hi everyone, I'm sorry I was out no because again there's a router change na naman naganap kanina and then I have to switch building. Sorry for that. Anyway, let's
It's okay,
proceed.
sir. Thank you.
Let's proceed with where I ended, no? So for the record, balikan na lang natin ang pag-run ng multiple linear regression so that you can follow the steps that I have performed kanina. So we'll click analyze and then still the same regression and then linear and then make sure dalawang variables natin nakapasok and then you click OK. So once you click OK, based on the output, kopyahin natin yung ating output and the output is pasted in Word. This one, in this case, dalawa na ang ating x variables. No? X sub 1 natin is ICC and x sub 2 is JS. So in the first place, OC. So ilagay natin ang values ng constant ng ICC at saka ng OC here. I-report natin, no, instead na 1,79, since dalawa na ang variables na pinasok mo, your regression would now be 2 and your residual should be 78. Okay? And then report the value of your F and then indicate whether the P is significant or not. So in this case, in this regression analysis, only ICC remains to be significant and OC remained not significant despite the fact that ICC is added. Okay, so in this case, we will now report this using the standard format that we do in APA. So first, kopyahin na lang natin yung ating explanation here and we will denote it as table 3. Okay. Then we will report this as table 3 shows the result of the multiple linear regression analysis that combines ICC and OC and determined their significant direct effects to the JS of frontline nurses in public hospitals. So findings revealed that there is causal linear relationship between the variables f comma 2,78 equals the value of your ANOVA 4.020, P less than 0.05. Also, this one is a little bit tricky now because we're going to modify this. So, of the two variables, ICC is the only ICC has a significant direct on JS. You now report the beta which is 460. So in its own kanina 3.357 lang ang beta ni ICC. But when OC is added, nag-improve ang beta ni ICC, which means that there could be a possibility that OC improves IC so that it would have a better significant direct effect on JS. Kasi in its own, kung titingnan natin si JS, ICC, 0.357 lang ang kanyang significant direct effect. No? Hindi naman siya masyadong mataas, pero in its own, it's 0.357. However, yung sa case naman ni organizational commitment or ni OC, 0.153 lang siya. Okay, so remember the values 0.153 and 0.357. If you combine these two variables, regardless of their significance, there would be possibilities na magdi-diminish ang significance ng isang variable. But in this case, nag-improve si OC, nag-improve din ang value ni ICC. Meaning to say that both of them are actually important in improving each other so that they can best explain or they can best improve job satisfaction of nurses. ICC alone is okay, but having OC around improves its significance, its significance, and it improves its direct effect towards the job satisfaction of nurses. So we cannot discount the importance of other variables that could be crucial in improving other explanatory variables or independent variables to improve the dependent variable, which is job satisfaction. So in this case, this is a typical example. OC increased from 0.157 0.157 to 0.273, and ICC further increased from 0.35 to 0.46, which is actually a good thing. However, for OC, despite the fact that it increased, it remained non-significant. Ibig sabihin, when we say non-significant, it's not something that we need to discount it or cancel it. It's just that its contribution is not significant enough to increase the mean of your Y. Okay? So table 3 shows the result of the two var only ICC has a significant direct effect on JS 0.46. The value of the T statistic is 2.61. The p-value less than 0.05, which roughly translates to an increase of 460 on JS and every 1 point increase of ICC with respect to the non-significant 0.27273 increase of JS in every point increase of OC. So you need to report also the beta of your non-significant variable, 273. T equals 1.868. The value is non-significant. No, P equals, ang value niya is, ang value is 0.065. Holding other variables constant. Always use this term to attribute variables that you have not included in your study or in your thesis, so that you have a disclaimer that whatever inferences that you are doing here is only with respect to the variables that you have included, and that you are not concluding without cognizance to the variables that you did not include. So hence, the null hypothesis stating that none of the two variables have no significant direct effect on JS is rejected in the significance of ICC and is not rejected in the non-significance of OC. Finally, both ICC and OC explains 7 to 9.3%. Explain 7 to 9.3% of the variance of the JS. Okay? So, ano ang ating functional equation based on this result? So we will now extend this into y equals mx sub 1 plus mx sub 2 plus b. Okay? So in this case, our b here or the constant is 1.315 plus the value of your x sub 1, which is value ng ating x sub 1 or ang ating ICC is 0.460. And ang value ng ating x sub 2 is 0.273, the OC. Now, the question, what if ICC or your x sub 1 is 4 and your OC is 5. So this one is x sub 2. Okay. What is now your level of JS? Okay, so just very quick, following these substitutions or for like 2 minutes, determine the value of your y given that your ICC or your x sub 1 is 4 and your OC or your x sub 2 is 5. You now determine what is now the value of the JS following this guide. Okay, 2 minutes. Marinig niyo ako?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so please perform the substitution. Sa substitute ko lang and please calculate with me. Kayo ang aking pakikinggan kung ano yung result niyo. Hindi ko i-determine kung ano ang final answer. Okay, 0.273 value of your is 5.0. Okay, so ano ang value ng ating y based on that substitution? So multiply first this one and then multiply first this one. The product of that plus add a constant is 4.52. Let's check. Okay, since may sumagot, check natin ha. 4 no, no, no. 4 times 0.46, 1.84 times 5 plus 1.84 plus 1.315. The answer is correct, 4.52. So you already know, no? So how do you explain that? How do you translate that? Hence, if the level of ICC is very high, at 4.0 and JS and OC of nurses is very high at perfect 5, the predicted JS of nurses would be very high at 4.50. So you now understand how it's interpreted and ano ang application ng mathematics sa everyday decision making. Kasi may mga colleagues ako always say na ano ba ang value ng y equals a function of x or y equals mx plus b sa pagbili, something like that. So I always explain to him or her na when you increase the price of crude oil, it would have a spillover effect sa ganito, sa ganyan. Kaya mag-i-increase din ang ganito sa ganyan. So of course, it would really matter. No? Kasi ang increase naman ng mga significant variables, especially when we're talking about the economy, if in case mag-increase ang crude oil price sa global market because of external shocks or political instability, it would have a spillover effect on the depending economies like the Philippines. So that's the case for mathematics being applied to everyday decision making. And this one is just a very typical, very simple and straightforward approach in making you understand the applications of variables that correlate and have direct effect on another variable. Okay, so this is just the preliminary. Please visit still the same website, tinyurl.com/EFA seminar. That's in the chat box. I want you to download the hackathon dataset, the hackathon XLSX dataset. I'll show it to you. The hackathon dataset is here. Kadali lang ha. Sandali lang. So it's here sa ating eto, hackathon dataset. So download the XLSX file. For 5 minutes, I want you to export this hackathon data into your SPSS because we will have a workshop for this. Okay? Following the multiple linear regression approach. Okay, so while you're doing that, at exactly 10:40 a.m., I would go back so that we will proceed to the next multivariate analysis lecture, and we would also check whether or not you would get the I will also let you perform specific statistical analysis under hackathon dataset. Okay. While you do that, I will play a music. Agay, shoot na lang tayo.
Paano bang mababawi lahat ng mga nasabi? Di naman inakalang cause paano maniniwala ika'y nasa aking harapan? Di naman naiplano ako'y mamihag ng ganito. Totoo ba ito? Sa isang iklap nagbago ako. Hindi ko na kayang mawalay sa'yo. Ikaw ang kumpas pag naliligaw. Ikaw ang kulay sa langit na bukaw. Sa bawat bagyo na dumadayo, ikaw ang kanlungan na kailangan ko. Kahit hindi mo alam, ilang beses mo kong niligtas. Ikaw ang hantungan at aking sana'y iyong matanggap kung sino ako talaga. Ikaw yung kumpas nung naliligaw. Naging kulay ka sa langit na bukaw. Sa bawat bagyo na dumayo, ikaw yung kanlungan na nahanap ko. Kahit nung di ko alam, ilang beses mo kong niligtas. Ikaw ang hantungan at aking wakas.
Okay, so I do hope that you have a copy already of the hackathon dataset. Naka-download na ba tayo? Na-transfer na natin siya sa ating SPSS. Kindly click the like button if in case you were able to download it. Anyone? Walang naka-download? Okay, so for an exercise, I would show you the I would show to you how it's done, no, to begin with. Anyway, I do hope that you have you got my copy of the lecture notes as of this time, no. It contains even the lecture notes yesterday. So, bear with me na lang sa mga outputs ko dyan, no? Kasi mga rough explanations ko kasi yung iba dyan. And ginawa ko na lang siyang PDF so that it would be easy for you. Anyway, yeah, so punta tayo sa ating hackathon dataset. We'll go to Untitled 3. Ito yung blank natin. So, create another blank dataset. We'll perform this time a big data. No? It contains around 287,000 datasets of unlabeled variables. And then this is actually a banking fraud incident somewhere in America. No? So it contains 287,000 records out from the millions of records exposed in bank fraud. This is actually dumped in kaggle.com. So I want you to open it by opening open data, and then you change your files of type into Excel, XLSX, because that's the data, that's what the data is, and then click open. So it contains 284 data, 284,808, and then click OK. So in getting that huge data, it would really require a lot of memory, and it would really require a lot of RAM to work in because medyo napakabigat ng data set. So let's just allow it to load. Okay, medyo mabigat siya, no? So while we're waiting, what I have shown you kanina is an example of a simple linear regression analysis used for normal predictions, and two variables. That's a multiple linear regression analysis with two variables. In this case, we already have 16 variables to begin with to be used as regressors. So if in case we're going to use the functional equation y equals mx plus b, it would now be y equals mx sub 1 plus mx sub 16 plus b. When we say that means 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 until 16 plus your b, which is your constant. Okay, because you have a variables 1 to 16 here as your independent variable, and your amount is the dependent variable. Now, here's the question. If in case you have loaded the variables in your data set, what would be the variable that is only not significant or has no significant direct effect with amount? Okay, how do you determine that? You can only determine that by, of course, running your regression analysis. So analyze, regression, linear, okay, and then variables 1 to 16, and then your dependent variable amount. Again, statistics, we're going to determine the Durbin-Watson statistics. So, una lang natin munang i-display ang others, no? Kasi hindi natin siya kasama interpret. And then, options, okay naman tayo dito. Click OK. So in this case, your regression analysis would look like this. Okay? Sige, i-display ko siya in a separate Microsoft Word. So based on the analysis or based on this particular table, saan kaya ang non-significant predictors dyan? Or ilan ang variables na non-significant predictor of amount lost in the hacking or in the fraud incident?
One, sir.
One only do.
One only. Ano kayang variable yon?
11.
Big 11. Variable
Big
11.
Okay, sige, that's good, no? So at least medyo nakukuha niyo na yung interpretation. So kung tutuusin, this is just prediction, no? This is just a prediction of the amount. Kung tutuusin natin, kung we would actually determine based on the data set kung may mawala, kung ano ang perang mawawala, especially kung may mga values ka, no, na pagpalagay na lang natin, may mga values ka ng V1 to V16, what then would be the predicted amount lost? Remember that if in case you're going to do a functional equation of these particular multiple linear regression analysis, following the mx sub 1 to mx16 plus b, that means 88.35 minus 29.078 x sub 1 minus 80.491 x sub 2 minus 34.787 x sub 3 plus 17.441 and so on and so forth. So, gawin natin, when we do our prediction, kasi ginawa ko itong hackathon activity sa aking klase sa predictive analytics. So, since ganyan ang result, what would now be the amount lost in dollars if all variables take the value of 1? Or your x sub or your v1 to v16 equals to 1. So what if? So ang mangyayari is, since we are following the linear equation, the linear regression approach, which is actually in equation form, we could basically do this. No? Carry over the value of your constant equals, i-multiply natin ang value ng ating beta times the assumed value of your v1 to v16, which is 1, and then drag it, and then you add it together. No? Sum. Hence, the amount lost would be, or the amount lost would be negative $36.836. Meaning to say, ito ang amount na madadagdag. No? Kumbaga, yung hacking incident, instead na mawalan siya ng $36.83, madadagdagan yung kanyang bank account. What would happen if in case the value is 2 this, and then 1.5 yan, and then 3.5 yan, and then 8, tapos negative 2 ito, tapos 5, 10, 25, negative 35, 142, 2.5, 10 yan, 7, 7.5, 10, 10. So these are conditionalities. No? When you change the value of your excess, your the value of your money loss would also be different. So let's say negative 142 ito. So, or negative 14 na lang ito, negative 14. So, eto, mag-change ang value ng yung amount loss. So, you know, even if that data set is big, if in case you know how to do the analysis expected in the prediction process, and then if in case you are comfortable enough in manipulating data in Excel, then it would be very, very easy for you to do it. Kasi when I filled this data set, imagine this is like, how many data sets are 282,000. And I asked my students, I want you to use these values to predict magkanong pera ang mawawala sa bank account or madadagdag sa bank account because of that hacking incident, given these conditionalities. So they were so amazed of the application of regression analysis because they would now know what variables to improve or to actually limit. No? If in case you are in the organization, you would now know ano ang mga variables na kailangan nating i-ensure to actually be sustained in their levels or increase natin so that we could increase the value of our Y. Hence this case. So I do hope that I shed light on the application of regression analysis in normal prediction process. No? Kasi this one is a basic prediction model to begin with, given the linearity of the association of the variables that you have. Okay, so before anything else, do you have any questions before we proceed with our next topic, which is about still the same multivariate analysis? I would entertain questions before we proceed to the next part of our session.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, you made mention about this, the linear regression. We cannot run the linear regression unless we could check it with the person R correlation, that there should be significant relationship with the variable. So when
Mm.
we are going to have that in our paper, sir, are we going to present the person R and then the regression? Okay,
Yep.
sir.
Yes.
Mm,
Remember that correlation when your paper intends to establish the significance of the relationship of the variables, and when you want to try when you attempted to estimate the direct effect or the significant influence or the significant prediction of these independent variables to your dependent variable, it's always necessary to establish the significance of the relationship first. Okay?
mm,
So it's very important that correlation analysis is there given that given that your data set is normally distributed. So which means that before you go to Pearson R, make sure that your data has passed the parametric assumptions.
mm.
Okay? Because if it failed any of the criteria for parametric assumptions, you would go to the non-parametric correlation. And if in case non-parametric ang correlation, you cannot proceed to the assumptions of multiple regression analysis. Which means that even if they are associated in Spearman's rho or Kendall's tau, you cannot proceed to multiple linear regression analysis using this particular approach. Because it would be futile kasi hindi nga siya parametric to begin with.
Mm,
MRA is very, very particular with assumptions. So if in case hindi mo na-establish ang linear dependency ng variables in the form of Pearson correlation analysis, you cannot do MRA or multiple linear regression analysis. Kailangan talaga na ang Pearson table displayed, once ma-display mo na yan and then you establish a significant relationship of the variables, that's the time that you proceed to linear regression. You cannot proceed to LRA or MLRA kung walang significant relationship ang mga variables to begin with.
should it be like all the variables must be significant, sir? But if there is only one not significant, we cannot continue with the LRA and the MRA.
Okay, so kanina pinakita ko ang example no na ang organizational commitment has no significant relationship with job
Mm,
satisfaction. So from there and then, dalawa lang ang variables na pinakita ko eh. So if from there and then, hindi mo na siya pwedeng i-proceed to LRA kasi it would be futile, no? Wala na nga siyang relasyon, pinagsisiksikan pa natin ang ating mga sarili. Mali. Wala na nga silang relationship, no, ifino-force pa natin yung model, which is actually very which is actually void ab initio or not valid to begin with. Now, if in case meron tayong variables, let's say 5 variables ang i-correlate mo sa yung dependent variable. Ngayon, you believe that each of these variables can actually affect your dependent variable independently. So, meaning to say, kung 5 variables ang hypothesize mo na may individual effect to your dependent variable, only those that significantly correlate must be estimated. So, for example, 5.
mm,
Limang correlation ang i-establish mo. Correlation ng variable 1 to y, correlation ng v2 to y, v3. Tatlo lang dyan ang significant. So, tatlo lang ang i-regression mo na simple linear regression. But then if your problem statement is stated like this, what in its combined influence or in its on its simultaneous, or which means kung sabay-sabay sila na i-estimate sa dependent variable mo in the case of variable 1 to variable 16, which of these variables are significantly influential in its combined form. Kasi hindi naman, in reality, hindi naman na, uy, si job satisfaction mo affect kay si jobs, so si organizational commitment mag-a-affect ngayong time kay JS. Tomorrow, si ICC mag-a-affect kay JS. Hindi naman ganun ang buhay. So bakit pa mag-simple linear regression? So multiple linear regression talaga ang gagawin natin. So even if meron diyang non-significant in its individual correlation, there could be a possibility that it would become significant it would become a significant predictor because its non-significance is bolstered by other variables that you included in the equation or in the estimation procedure. So kahit sa limat, ito lang ang significant dyan, you would be surprised na magiging apat ang significant factors that influence your DV because the fourth significant variable is proved by the combination of these three and in addition nung sa isang non-significant. Okay? So, kailangan lang na meron kang related literature that would help you in doing it. Kasi maraming klase ng MLRA or LRA. No? So, this one is a classical approach or in SPSS, we are using the enter mode. Okay, ano ang enter mode? Which means simultaneous ang regression analysis mo. Kumbaga sinabay mo siya lahat. But what if you do the other alternative modelings? Meron tayong hierarchical linear regression analysis. Ang hierarchical linear regression analysis is, I call it fishing expedition regression analysis because you are actually looking for you're actually simulating different combinations of variables in different models. Which means na, what if itong variable 1 to variable 5 are internal factors? So, model 1 ko, variable 1 to variable 5. I-demonstrate ko ngayon. No? And variable 6 to variable 10 are corporate variables. Now, there is a related literature that says that apart from internal variables or apart from employee-related variables, there are corporate variables that could actually be included in the estimation procedure. But you are testing first the direct effects of these corporate variables first to your Y. Hindi muna natin isasali si V1 to V5, si V6 to V10 muna. Now the question, if all of these variables come together, would it actually create a better prediction of your Y, or that corporate variables just matter in the prediction of your Y, or employee variables ba ang magmamatter sa prediction natin sa ating Y? So that kind of example is nested regression or the hierarchical linear regression analysis because you are merely testing the possible combinations that would matter to your Y. I'll show you an example of that in the context of this data set. Now, what if, mag-label tayo dito ha, employee varia 1. Okay, employee varia 2. Mga empleyado ito, papalagay natin. Mga employee variables ito. Employee varia 3. Employee varia 4. Tapos dito is sec variable 1, sec variable 2, sec variable 3, economy 1, mga economic variables ito. Economy 3, another one is tech 1, tech 2. This one is law 1, law 2, law 3, tapos law 4. Okay, so in this case, gusto nating i-estimate ang combination ng employee variables towards amount, combination of sec 1 and sec 3 to amount. That's model 2. Model 3 is economy to amount. Model 4 is tech 1 and tech 2 to amount. And model 5 is law 1, law 2, law 3, law 4 to amount. Final model is employing this one. And another model is if ipapasok mo yung mga variables na ito at one simultaneous regression and you would set it on a stepwise mode, ano ang variable na matitira at ano ang made-discard. Ang dami-dami nating assumptions kumbaga. So, let's click analyze first to model the variables, the variables 1, 2, the models 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the equation. So we click analyze and then regression and then linear. And then tatanggalin muna natin to lahat. Unahin muna natin si employee variable 1. Next, sec 1 to sec 3. Pasok. Next, economy 1 to economy 3. Papasok natin. Next, Tech 1, Tech 2, next. Low 1, low 2, low 3, low 4, next. Click OK. So in this case, ang variable mo for employee variable na sinali mo sa model 1 is just the employee variables. Sa model 2 sinama mo na si sec 1, sec 2, si sec 3. Sa model 3 sinama mo na si economic variables, sa model 4 technology variables, sa sec 5 kasama na si law related variables. So in this case, meron kang 5 regression analysis na na-create. So in this case, ang question natin, ang statement of the problem natin is that are there any significant changes on the regression models given the gradual addition of variables in the models? In this case, first model is only employee-related variables. All are significant predictors. But then when economic variables are entered, ang nangyari is nadagdagan, well, the beta coefficient actually remained, but then nadagdag ang mga values ng sec-related variables. They're actually significant also. And then dinagdag ang economy variables, eto na ang kanyang beta, until such time na lahat ng yan are estimated here. Now, this is still simultaneous because naka-enter mode tayo. We are merely looking for the gradual increase of the F as well as the R square in every adding of the variables in each of the models. So employee variables in its own explain 38.8% of the variance of your amount. But then nung sinali na natin si sec-related variables, it jumped to 74.2%. Nung sinali na natin si economy variables, naging 76.5% na ang variance ng amount based on these combinations of variables. Until such time na sinali na natin ang iba, it actually reached to 76.6% of the variance of your amount. Meaning to say, 5 regression models madidetermine mo now ang contribution ng combinations ng variables in every addition or in every step along the way. So in this case, kung tutuusin natin, lahat naman sila significant except for V11. But iba naman kung magsasabi ka na, sir, what if na sabay-sabay mo siyang ipapasok and hindi mo alam, kumbaga, you allow the software to just add the variables that matter in the equation. Would that be possible? The answer is yes, because that particular setting of the variable is known as stepwise regression. Or ang stepwise regression is a kind of regression which is algorithmic in nature, in which the algorithms would now select which of the variable matters in your dependent variable and excluding those that do not matter significantly. So how do you perform that in our commands here? Tanggalin na lang natin, reset na lang natin ito. So ang gawin natin, simultaneous natin itong lahat. Ayan, lahat sila. Tapos you check stepwise or you click stepwise. Your dependent variable is amount and then click OK. So in this case, uunahin niyang idagdag sa mga model ang pinaka-significant. So in this case, the most significant is employee variable number 2. Tapos dinagdag niya si sec related variable 3 and then sec variable related 1, employee variable 1 until it stops on the least significant variable. Ang non-significant will be excluded or would not be included in the analysis in the form of excluded variable. So nung nag-model 15 na, only technology variable number 1 was found to be non-significant, hence it's not included in the final model estimation procedure. So in this case, the final model estimation procedure is a combination of all variables but not the non-significant. Only the significant ang i-retain niya sa final equation. Hence, this would now be used to do the prediction process. Okay? So medyo napaka-technical ng mga regression analysis na to. Napakarami talaga. Actually, there are hundreds of variations of regression analysis, not including the mediated regression and the moderated regression. It would take us like a year or two to actually discuss them in great detail. So I would really be very, very happy if in case we would do another training intended for this, for those families alone. So we have questions here. Saan po makita ang lecture notes? Ay, nasa notes first at sinend ko sa ating chat box, no? Meron akong ganyan. So, I want you to try that, no? I want you to try this. Ang gawin nyo is i-run ninyo ang regression analysis using the stepwise approach. And then, tell me if you got the same result or the same output for 3 minutes after I answer the question of Miss Clarissa. Yes, Miss Clarissa.
Hi, Doc. Good afternoon po again. Doc, ano ko lang po, can I make a request po ulit?
Sure,
Yung po
okay.
sanang, yung po sanang sa stepwise, kasi naka-experience ako once na mag-run ng stepwise, pero I don't know kung paano ko siya ilalagay sa table. Hindi ko siya alam kung paano ilalagay sa table and also the interpretation.
Tabular presentation ang gusto mo.
Opo, opo.
Sige,
Salamat
walang
po.
problema
Thank you.
yan. Walang problema yan. Masyadong marami ito eh. I do hope, I am sure na meron akong advice na nag-stepwise regression. Can you give me 1 minute so that I can search the manuscript?
Sige po, Doc. Thank you. Thank you so much po.
So, sandali lang. Hanapin ko lang talaga siya, no? Kasi kailangan nating pagbigyan ang mga request ninyo para naman at least ma-integrate ninyo yan sa mga future studies. Okay,
Dok, habang naghahanap ka po, pasensya na po. Itanong ko lamang po, paano po ba malalaman kung ang iyong gagamitin is the enter and the stepwise method?
Okay, that's a very good question. No? So, basically, both naman are MRA and both are actually still performing classical approach. No? We're still performing the classical approach. Kaya lang, it would really depend on your intention. So if your intention is to determine which of these variables at one time significantly affect this one, then the normal MRA suffices. No? Kasi hindi naman ibang-ibang time magiging committed tayo or merong stress, di ba? Hindi naman yung ibang-ibang time. All of them are existing at one condition already. Kapag kasi mag-stepwise regression ka, your intention is merely modeling the possible combinations. Okay? So medyo algorithmic na yan, no? In a sense, because you would now just allow your software to determine or to pick which variables matter first and then ano ang second, ano ang third, kasi yun talaga ang ibibigay na output ni stepwise regression analysis eh. Pero kung titingnan mo ang actual scenario, hindi naman ganon ang nangyayari sa actual buhay natin. Kumbaga, we are affected by the prices of oil, meron tayong mga supervisors na medyo pinapagalitan tayo. Yun naman is bombarding us at real time eh. Hindi naman yan on a stepwise mode. So kumbaga, I would really still suggest the MRA, the normal MRA. But stepwise, if your intention is to create possible model building scenarios, yun ang suggestion ko.
Okay po, Doc. Thank you po. Akala ko po kasi depende sa panel. kasi po merong panelist na ay after yung kasi po karaniwan sa masteral may yan po yung lumalabas yung mga stepwise
Okay.
Depende po sa panelist, sabi ng panelist, gawan mo to ng stepwise regression. Ayan, salamat po.
Okay. Sige. Okay. So, ang sa kanya naman is, okay, this is as result of the stepwise regression analysis showing the variables that significantly determine working relationships. So, ang kanyang variables are the 5 dimensions of transformational leadership ni Bass and Avolio. So, Bass and Avolio, meron siyang 5-factor transformational leadership model. So, ang ginamit niya dito is, nag-stepwise siya kung ano ang best attributes of transformational leadership that explain singly or in combination doon sa quality of work life of employees of their company in terms of working relationships. So nakita niya na at first, attributed charisma ang nag-explain talaga ng major, and then followed by nature of work. And then na-suppress na ang variables na hindi nag-significant. So in this case, ganito yung kanyang explanation. Table below reveals only two significant determinants of working relationships of employees of this particular company. Model 1 showed that attributed charisma of its company leaders and administrators explain around 44 to 44.7% consecutively in the addition of another significant variable. On the second step, satisfaction towards the nature of work was added into the second regression model. Model 2 contains the combination of attributed charisma as a leadership practice and satisfaction of employees towards nature of work. Note the progression of both R square and adjusted R square of Model 2, which is found to be 0.499 and 0.512. So meron tayong tinatawag na R square change, which is ang value na nadadagdag sa R square in every addition of the variable in the stepwise regression analysis. So, it stopped there because in Model 3, non-significant na lahat. So, after which, after mo i-report yung ating model no, yung R square, ito importante kasi ito. So, ang interpret mo na naman is yung beta. Okay, interpret natin, mag-change ang beta natin. So, attributed charisma in its own, 0.577. But upon the addition of nature of work, naging 0.496 na lang siya. Ang nature of work is 0.210. It stopped actually there because kung titingnan natin ang meron ba tong model ko, nakalimutan ko kung merong excluded variables ito eh. Parang tinanggal na niya ang table ng excluded variables. Ang focus niya lang was to determine kung ano ang variables that singly or in combination best influences working relationships. Now, ang second niya na ginawa is working conditions na naman, quality of work life in terms of working conditions. Yun pa rin, ni-report niya kung ilang model ang na-generate ng stepwise regression analysis at saka ang progression ng R square, no, from 4.84 to 0.657 hanggang naging 0.679, including the combination of the variables that matter with working relationships. So ang nangyari, ni-report niya ang progression at saka ni-report niya ang mga models. So kumbaga, ang final model niya is model 4, which is this one. Because this is the best model that the algorithm of stepwise linear regression has generated that could best predict working conditions. So in this case, ang kanyang equation is that y equals negative 0.163 plus 0.458 x sub 1 plus 0.193 x sub 2 plus 0.166 x sub 3 plus 0.280 x sub 4. Okay? So ganun lang, still the same thing, pero ang pag-i-interpret mo is by model. This one is model 1, isang paragraph yan using APA form. Model 2, isang paragraph, isang paragraph. Para makita ng panel mo ang progression ng beta changes and R square changes in every paragraph. Okay? But you need to also report other parts of the stepwise regression analysis. Hindi pwede nating i-discard ang table ng excluded variables. But you need to only discuss the final model ng excluded variable in which, in this case, eliminated Tech 1 in the final model. So kanina, yung sa classical enter mode, walang natanggal. Ma-identify nyo lang doon based on t-value. But in stepwise regression analysis, tatanggalin niya ang non-significant. So it sounds to me na medyo algorithmic masyado si stepwise. I prefer most of the time yung classical approach. Kasi despite the fact na non-significant ang p-value niya, ang direct effect niya ang talagang gusto kong puntiryahin. Kasi ang rationale natin, why do you exclude in the prediction process the non-significant variable when in fact your related literature has established its significance or importance towards your dependent variable? Plus, negligible lang naman ang value ng kanyang beta. So kung non-significant, ang punto naman ng non-significance ng ating regression analysis, especially in the interpretation of beta, hindi siya importante. So kung ano man ang increase or decrease niya, it won't matter. Okay? So you still need to include it nonetheless for the purpose of related literature justifying its presence in the model. Okay?
Thank you, Doc. Salamat po. Thank you so
No
much.
worries, no worries. So, anyway, may questions pa tayo sa MRA. Ito ang ating mga assumptions sa MRA. So, I will just be giving you this one. Hindi na natin ito ipupush kasi nag-perform na ako ng activities, no? Meron akong guide dito on how to explain the beta. And then ano ang mga assumptions, ano ang mga purpose ng ating mga plots here. We would actually have a quick discussion of this one this afternoon before we touch the other special topics in SPSS. So let's proceed, no? Let's go to logistic regression. So ang logistic regression is another variant of regression analysis that does not subscribe to linear relationship. Okay? So hindi siya linear ang kanyang relationship because in the first place, you are not estimating most of the time, you are not actually more particular on the normal distribution of scaled or continuous variables, and that the dependent variable of that is a totally opposite two classes or dichotomous response. So in the perspective of dichotomous outcome variable, that means that it's binary in nature. If in case ang response natin is multiple categories, we call that polytomous or multinomial logistic regression. If ang purpose natin is to determine orders, that means ordered logistic regression or ordinal logistic regression. Kung for example, based on these variables, ano ang likelihood na magiging first honor ang isang student instead of maging second honor siya, third honor, fourth honor, and fifth honor. So may ganong mga type of regression. At kapag ang yung data set mo is or yung dependent variable mo is more of a count data. So ang ating count data has a different regression, no? It's Poisson distribution or the Poisson model. But if in case na may overdispersion or may overdispersion na ng zeros, or there are possibilities that the outcome variable is a very rare condition, like for example, factors that affect the number of cesarean section operations in a hospital, something like that. Hindi naman lahat cesarean ang panganganak, no? So a lot of zeros would actually be revealed in that. So if in case it's proven to be over dispersion of zeros, then Poisson model is not applicable. Ang gagamitin dyan is negative binomial model. So those are actually advanced multilinear multivariate analysis. Let's start with the logistic regression before our lunch. So I'm not so sure if I have a data set here. Tingnan natin, i-review ko muna ang aking data set. Dito ba yun sa enroll? Ito na lang sa Castrogonomorsia. Tingnan ko yung Castrogonomorsia na dataset. Meron ba ditong 0 or 1? Okay, so if you open the Castrogon, ayan, okay, very good. Meron. So ang gagawin natin is you still access the tinyurl.com/EFA seminar and open the dataset castrogonomorsia.sal. This one. Okay, ano ba ang assumptions natin sa logistic regression? Let's start first the discussion of the theory. So logistic regression was developed in the 1960s as an alternative to OLS regression. Take note, when dealing with categorical dependent variable. Okay, remember that your dependent variable here is categorical. Okay, your logistic regression address concerns of using OLS for categorical variable. Remember that the ordinary least squares or the normal linear or multiple linear regression analysis uses scaled, continuous, or interval data. Okay, no other types of data would be possible for estimation procedure, most particularly on the dependent variable. Ang dependent variable ng MRA is really scale data. Pwede kang mag-categorical data dyan as part of your regressors or moderators in that sense, pero dapat meron ka ring independent variables na continuous in nature. Okay? So, ang OLS is ganon, ordinary least squares regression analysis or the MRA or MLRA. Ito naman, logistic regression, ang kanyang dependent variable is categorical. No, kapag ang variable mo or ang dependent variable mo has two values only, and that's two opposite values like patay or buhay, pasa o bagsak, no? Or for example, kung successful or not successful, nag-survive, wala nag-survive, something like that, no? So if we code the dependent variables, two values as 0 and 1, we can then consider that the logistic regression is predicting the probability of obtaining a pass, or alternatively of being in that category vis-a-vis the likelihood of being failed or 0. Okay? So remember that this is binary logistic regression in that sense because the dependent variable is a binary coding of two outcome variables coded as 0 or 1. Like OLS, may assumption ang ating logistic regression. So here are the assumptions. Your prediction outside the boundaries of the two values of the dependent variable. Ibig sabihin, the maximum predicted value is 1, the minimum predicted value is 0. There is no negative value in it. Kasi likelihood man. So which means percentage of likelihood to be near 1 or equal to 1 or to be near 0 or not or equal to 0. Okay? So walang negative. So ang instead na paganyan ang iyong curve or paganyan ang iyong distribution, it's an S-shaped curve because it's only between 0 and 1 lamang ang distribution ng iyong data set. Now, violation of some key assumptions of regression, especially homogeneity of variance, which mandates the variance of the dependent variable be equal across values of the predictors. It's not the case for categorical regression or logistic regression because hindi naman continuous ang dependent variable mo. Your dependent variable is being passed rather than failed or being failed rather than passed. It's actually between two outcomes only. So a reasonable rule of thumb is to have at least 30 times as many cases as parameters being estimated in the model. So this is going to be the sample size. How many variables do you have in that particular equation? So for example, we have 5 independent variables or predictors of one variable, which is the 6th variable. So ano ang sample size na kailangan? 30 times the number of variables, that's 6, so 180. So kung 5 variables lang lahat, 4 independent, 1 dependent, so 5 times 30, at least 30, 150. That's the minimum size. That's the rule of thumb for logistic regression. And it's available in IBM SPSS. So logistic regression is designed to use a mix of continuous and categorical predictor variables to predict a categorical outcome variable, meaning to say the likelihood of being passed or failed only. Okay? And ano ang uses ng logistic regression? So, ito yung mga uses, no? Example, when you decide whether a bank should offer a loan to a new customer or not offer. Determining which students are likely to shift to another course after a year in school. Classifying prospective students into groups based on their likelihood of success at a school. Ito ba, magpe-predict ka kung kailangan mo ba itong i-promote to third year or advise to shift. Something like that. So ginagamit namin yan sa university. Identifying patients who may be at high risk for problems after surgery. And a lot, no? Even determining whether the student would pass or fail in the board exam, we're doing that. No? So it's part of our quality control procedures here in the university. And logistic regression is really a big help to us. Okay, so eto na yung mga variations natin sa logistic regression. So we have the binary logistic regression, which is a logistic regression with only two categories in the outcome variable, which are actually two opposites. And then multinomial logistic regression or the polytomous regression analysis. It's a logistic regression with more than two categories in the outcome variable. For example, with all of these variables, ano ang likelihood na mag-e-enroll siya ng education instead of business, criminology, psychology, political science, and AB or liberal arts or something like that. So you would now be computing the likelihood of enrolling in this vis-a-vis other courses. Okay, that's multinomial. So why not use OLS? So let y be the outcome variable which takes only two values, 0 and 1. If OLS regression is used to predict y, ang mangyayari is the predicted values of y cannot be 0 or 1 but values within and outside the 0 to 1 range, which is an exact violation of your dependent variable 0 and 1, which means na magne-negative, may negative at saka magmo-more than 1. So out of the range na siya. So the mean and standard deviation are related, violating the assumption of OLS regression. Wala kang mean na makukuha for patay and buhay. Anong mean score doon? 0.5, no? May half-life ba? So wala, no? So it's a violation. Since the mean and standard deviation are related, the variances across the values of x are not equal, violating the assumption of OLS regression. Hindi pwede regression analysis for binary or multinomial variables. Okay, so itatry na natin, no? So ito yung distribution natin ng ating logistic regression. So ang data mo is magfi-fit sa S-shaped curve and it's only between 0 and 1. Wala nang lampas sa 1, wala nang mas mababa sa 0 or wala nang negative. Because we are actually computing for the likelihood of clustering near this outcome or near this outcome or in between. Okay, so let's try. Based on our data set here, punta tayo sa Castro Gonomorph. So we have here a variable, no, a variable that is a plan enroll to UM. So ang 1 is i-code natin siya. 1 is will enroll. 0 will not enroll. Tapos, ang gagamitin natin as regressors is itong effort commu 1 to 6. Pwede nating i-assume na ito is 0 is not seen or not manifested. 1 manifested. Ibig sabihin, ito yung mga promotional and marketing activities in 6 types na nakita or hindi ba nakita ng estudyante that would likely lead them to enroll in the University of Mindanao or not. Okay? So what we're going to do is, of course, perform logistic regression. Ang tanong, pwede ba ito na lahat is categorical variable or binary variable to be estimated to your dependent variable, which is a binary variable? Pwede yan. So ang gagawin natin, kiklik natin si Analyze, Regression, Binary Logistic. Ipapasok natin si Plan Enroll UM. And then effort 1 to effort 6, ipapasok natin sa covariates. And then since categorical siya lahat, click categorical, ipapasok natin si categorical variable. Okay, reference category naka-default na last which is manifested, continue, save, importante ito. So probabilities at saka group membership, importante yan kasi may possibility kasi na ang actual outcome, iba ang actual outcome, iba din ang predicted outcome. No? If the data predicts the student to enroll, but did he decide to enroll anyway? Kumbaga, so continue and options. Click natin si classification plots. Diyan natin makikita ang goodness of fit ng ating classification procedure. Tapos Hosmer-Lemeshow goodness of fit, dapat non-significant ito. And then continue, and then click OK. Balikan natin, ipapasok natin si dependent variable plan enroll UM. Ang ating covariates, ang ating variables, they are actually categorical. So kailangan mo siyang i-click ang categorical at ipapasok mo dito ang categorical indicators to begin with para categorical talaga ang kanyang take. And then i-save natin ang predicted probabilities and group membership, whether 0 or 1. And then options, kailangan nating i-click. Ang include constant and model, dapat naka-default yan. And then classification plots and Hosmer-Lemeshow. And then click continue and click OK. So punta tayo sa output. Okay, so we have here the result of our logistic regression. Makikita natin that there are 1,257 which are included in the analysis, pero may mga missing data tayo na 25 from the 1,282. So the regression analysis only involve those with complete data. So will not enroll is 0, will enroll is 1. Okay? So ang beginning block natin is yung ating model na wala pang regressors or wala pang effort to commute 1 to 6. So based on the data set, based on the beginning block, ito yung likelihood na ang isang estudyante will enroll or not enroll given factors are not still included. So in this case, ano ang observed natin or ano ang actual scenario? Ilan doon talaga ang mag-e-enroll? Okay? So ang prediction natin is that ang walang sa mga hindi mag-e-enroll, hindi talaga mag-e-enroll. At saka sa mga hindi mag-e-enroll, ang prediction sa kanila is 0 ang predicted na hindi talaga sila mag-e-enroll, which is quite different, no? And ang 381 sa kanila mag-e-enroll. In this case, hindi correct ang model mo because ang observe is hindi talaga sila nag-enroll pero predicted mo 0 ang hindi mag-e-enroll. In this case, wala kang correct sa category na ito. But in terms sa mga actual talaga na mag-e-enroll, ilan doon ang mag-e-enroll? Lahat sila was estimated initially na mag-e-enroll talaga. So 100% correct tayo sa will enroll. Total is 69.7% ang accuracy ng ating model. Meaning to say na medyo hindi pa talaga reliable ang prediction model natin. Kailangan nating ipasok ang ating mga independent variables. Okay? So next one is kung makikita natin initially ang ating variable, ang ating model without its variables is significant, no, based on the sig value of your wild statistics. So in its own, the categorical dependent variable will enroll or not will enroll is actually a significant model to estimate. Now, dito na tayo sa block 1 or nung ipapasok na natin ng anim natin na explanatory variables or effort of the school to communicate students in 6 different forms leading towards the intention to enroll. Saan natin titingnan kung ang ating 6 variables are somewhere important in the estimation procedure? First, titingnan natin sa model summary. Kung tutuusin, napakaliit ng Cox and Snell R-square and Nagelkerke R-square. Ang Cox and Snell R-square at saka Nagelkerke R-square are both pseudo R-squares. Ibig sabihin, mukha silang R-square sa ordinary least squares regression, pero hindi sila totoong R-square. Parang dami lang na R-square for this particular matter. So kung titingnan mo, 0.5 to 0.6% lang ang variance na ini-explain ng 6 na marketing variables or 6 na effort to communicate towards the intention to enroll. So medyo problematic yung model natin. But anyway, ano ang gagawin natin in order for us to to ensure na talagang ang model natin is really perfect or really fitting. So ang gagawin ng algorithm is ihahati niya ang data set into different folds. In this case, we have 9 different folds dividing all data sets to 9. So 133 sa first fold, 111 sa second fold, and until such time that it will give you different observed and predicted shares. So kung titingnan natin, iba-iba ang sample size ng mga steps for us to have a reliability on the consistency of the result from models 1 to 9. Now, titingnan natin ang final analysis. Saan ba ang significant predictor ng pag-e-enroll ng student? Kakopy ko muna ito, ha? Okay. Saan ba dito ang saan sa tingin niyo, saan sa 6 na variables na to ang may significant contribution to the likelihood of enrolling to UM or not enrolling to UM? From 1 to 6, saan dyan ang significant?
3. 3.
Okay. It's only 3. Okay, it's only this one ang may significant, it could likely contribute, but take note ha, negative ang kanyang beta, and then ang kanyang exponentiated beta is 0.743. Kapag ganito na negative yan, that means it would be likely na ang kanyang exponentiated beta is mas malapit sa likelihood of not enrolling. Okay? So in this case, because 0.743 siya, ang ibig sabihin nito, kasi negative ito ha, ang interpretation natin is that when this third effort to communicate is manifested, there is a 74.3% chance that the student will not enroll to the university. Okay? Because this is actually near to zero than it's actually interpreted as this being near to zero. So ibig sabihin may 74.3% likelihood na hindi mag-enroll ang student sa university based on the negative nature of its being. Now, what if this one is significant? Let's say this is 0.35. Something like that. What if this is significant? Positive man ito. And then this one is 1.1116. Let's say, increase natin ng konti. 2 yan. Ano kaya ang magiging interpretation natin dyan? This means that, positive ito ha, this means that when effort to communicate number 4 is manifested, there is twice the chance, kasi 2 ito, there is twice the chance that the student will enroll in the university given the manifestation of effort to communicate number 4. Okay? So this is not when it takes the value of 1 or above, ang ating exponentiated beta, this is the number of times the likelihood. Pero kapag naka-decimal na ito, that is less than 1, at saka kapag negative na yan, this is the percentage of likelihood of going to the lower category, or in this case, not enrolling to UM. So interpret natin isa-isa. This is 95.1% chance of not enrolling to UM, 96.3% chance of not enrolling to UM, 74.3% chance of not enrolling in UM, 211.6% or 2 times the possibility that the student will enroll in UM, 91.4% chance that the student will not enroll in UM. This is 110.1% chance, or or there is a possibility of enrolling to UM, or 110.1. This is more than the possibility of enrolling to UM, or if we translate that to percentage, 110.1% chance that the student will enroll to UM given the manifestation of this effort to communicate. Now, the constant is displayed at the bottom. So, at the constant alone is significant, no? Which means that there could be other variables apart from effort 1 to effort 6 that matter in the decision to enroll in the university. Okay? So, how do we interpret this one? Baka kasi gusto niyo malaman kung paano siya i-interpret. Ito kasi ang ating um, talagang table na gagamitin. Table 1, something like that. Ano ang ipapasok natin dito? Ang ipapasok natin dito are these information only. Yung ating pseudo R-square at saka ang ating log likelihood. And then, ayan, kakopy natin. Parang ito yung F-table kumbaga sa normal regression analysis. And then, ipapasok natin ang huling importanteng bagay sa ating logistic regression, ang ating classification table. Okay. So, ang ilalagay natin is itong tatlong information na to. I-cancel ko muna yung mga format nila. Tapos, ilalagay ko siya dito mismo sa loob. Okay. So, ang value is, sorry. 2 log likelihood equals ganyan. Tapos, Cox-Snell equals 0.005. Nagelkerke R square equals 0.006. And then, let's check the table. Kailangan nating i-cancel ang mga formats. Okay. Okay. Afterwards, i-highlight ko muna ito ulit. And this one, and that one, that one. And then this one, i-highlight ko ulit siya. There you go. So this one is your variables. And then this one is your statistics, the goodness of fit. How do we interpret this one, you say? So ang gagawin natin is i-report natin siya as this one. Table 1 shows the logistic regression analysis used to determine the likelihood or the significant contribution of the 6 efforts to communicate to the likelihood of students' enrollment to UM. The analysis revealed a significant logistic regression model. -2 log likelihood equals 1536506. Ang p-value niya kanina based sa ating variables in the equation is less than 0.05, but the 6 variables only contribute around 0.5 to 0.6% of the variance of the likelihood. So based on the Cox and Snell and the Nagelkerke R square. Ngayon, of the 6 variables, only effort commu 3 was found to be a significant predictor of yet it revealed that the manifestation of this variable contributes 74.3% of the likelihood of not enrolling in the university. So report the exponentiated beta equals 0.743. Okay? Tapos, i-report natin ang ating p-value, WALD. WALD equals, para siyang t, kumbaga, 4.025, p less than 0.05. Okay? So that's how you interpret a basic binary logistic regression analysis. Okay, question tayo. Question, comment, ano ang ating clarification? Medyo may mga comments dito. Ito po ay binary ano po? Yes, it's binary, no. Lahat ng ating mga data is lahat ng ating data here is 0 and 1, including effort to communicate, no. 0 is not manifested, 1 is manifested. Ang ating dependent variable is plan enroll to UM, and that's 0 will not enroll, 1 will enroll. So I want you to within 10 minutes to try this out, no? And then after trying that out, I also want you to run the same regression analysis, binary logistic regression analysis, now using school char 1 to school char 13 as your dependent variable. So again, paano mo siya iraran? Analyze, regression, binary logistic. Itong school char 1 to school char 13 is also dichotomous in nature, 0 and 1. So still manifested or not manifested. Ipapasok mo lahat yan dito and then click categorical. Ipapasok mo lahat yan, categorical kasi yun lahat. And continue and then click save. I-click mo yung probabilities at group membership, continue, and then okay. So i-run nyo yan ngayon after 5 minutes, no? Kasi final natin na i-explain is ano ang contribution ng classification table. Kasi tatanungin ka ng parang manager mo or ng administrator, sure ba yung model mo na talagang makaka-predict yan based on your variables? So ano ang assurance natin? We could just say na, sir, in terms of model accuracy, ang aking model is just 69.7% accurate. Okay? I-check kung tama yung final natin na okay, 69.7% accurate lang talaga siya. So there could be other variables that could accurately predict the plan to enroll in the university better. So because ito is only 6 lang ang ating variables na in-enter. So I want you to run that and identify kung ano ang percentage of accuracy ng classification table nyo after you run the regression analysis. So for this activity, for the rest of the 10 minutes, before we have our lunch, please run binary logistic regression with independent variables, school character 1 to school characteristic 13. And then ang ating dependent variable is plan to enroll in UM. And then give me a feedback if in case it works. So kung makikita natin dito, may mga nabuo dito na bagong column, ito na yung actual mo na comparison, no? So ang actual is mag-e-enroll siya sa UM, ano ang predicted likelihood mag-e-enroll talaga siya sa UM. So may hindi nag-decide dito na hindi mag-enroll ng UM pero ang prediction sa kanya mag-e-enroll. So 'yun ang ating mga i-compare, no, sa ating classification table. Na tama ba yung pagka-classify ng ating mga respondents based on our prediction process. Okay? Sir Johnny, let's give them like 10 minutes to run the analysis and for them to ask me questions before we take our lunch.
Okay. Yes, sir. No problem.
So questions po while nagra-run po kayo?
Sir, I missed out the steps, sir.
Okay, na-miss out niyo yung step. Okay. Balikan natin ha. Analyze, regression, binary logistic, tapos ipasok mo yung mga independent variables mo from here to here. So lahat naman yung categorical. So kailangan talaga na-assignan mo yan ng categorical na parang identity. So click categorical and then ipapasok mo ang from covariates to categorical covariates and then continue. Ipapasok mo natin ang ating dependent variable which is plan to enroll and then click save. I-click natin si probabilities at saka si group membership and then click options. I-click natin si classification plots at saka si Hosmer-Lemay show. Click enter and then click OK. So that it would give you this particular output. Ayan. Mm-mm. What if the independent variable is a scale data and the dependent is categorical? Yes, we can run, no? So ang gawin lang natin Ma'am Jenny is wag mo lang siyang bigyan ng categorical na identity. So sa covariates na andon, hindi mo lang siya anyway, let's try ha. Try natin para may example tayo. So what if isasali natin si age at saka si income, no? Regression, binary logistic. What if isali natin itong student age at saka gross family monthly income. So hindi mo siya bibigyan ng categorical na identity. So just leave it in covariates kasi hindi naman siya categorical to begin with. Tapos click continue and you click OK. It would give you this particular outcome nonetheless. So something like that. So, pwede pa rin siya. Basta ang ating dependent variable should be categorical and binary to begin with. Kung binary logistic and categorical or nominal kapag multinomial logistic. Morning. Okay, so nakapag-run naman tayo. Wala naman tayong aberya. Okay, that's an interesting finding. How about the other way around? Yung independent variable is categorical, then yung dependent variable is scale data. Ano po ang regression analysis ang gagamitin? Well, if in case pasok siya sa ating criteria ng pasok siya sa mga kailangan assumptions ng ordinary least squares or the common linear regression analysis. But in this case, kung ang lahat ng independent variable mo is categorical data, I mean, I think regression analysis is not actually okay because kailangan meron kang independent variables na scale data din for you to actually proceed. Kasi yung function ng ating categorical data diyan maybe at a moderating role, no? So which means magmo-moderate siya or magdi-differentiate siya when multiplied to the scaled or interval data ng ating independent variable leading to our dependent variable na scale data. Are you done with the Ma'am Jenny Sidano? Are you done with running the regression or logistic regression in the SPSS?
Hindi pa po.
Iran muna natin, ma'am, so that we can actually practice. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay, so later, we'll continue with multinomial logistic regression. We'll continue with the rest of the regression families. We'll continue with, eto kasi may guide na ako na binigay sa inyo on how to interpret odds ratio based on exponentiated beta. So meron akong, i-continue natin ang multinomial or polytomous logistic regression. And then we'll proceed with factor analysis and cluster analysis before we end it with conjoint analysis. Okay, so we'll start exactly 1:30 p.m. so that we can finish the session by 5 p.m. Sir Johnny, thank you very much.
All right, so that concludes day 2 morning session of our webinar, Techniques in the Analysis of Quantitative Data Using SPSS. So see you this afternoon at 1:30 p.m., sir, right? Okay, thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
Have our lecture on survey analysis using SPSS. What we're going to do is to discuss the remaining multivariate analysis. No, pinaka for me, ang one of my favorite multivariate analysis is factor analysis. Factor analysis is something um, that I personally value, considering that one of the outputs of that would be a developed scale. No? And we need to make our study very novel. And one of the things that I appreciate with factor analysis is the output in itself. It's the scale that would come out based from your study. I would skip these parts, no, because basically these are introduction to the general discussion of multivariate analysis. What we need to focus now would be principal component analysis under factor analysis. And yeah, so these are some of the um, techniques also that we would be discussing. I'm actually done with multiple and logistic regression analysis. But due to the time, I cannot discuss the other advanced multivariate analysis that includes discriminant analysis, MANOVA, and canonical correlation. But I would be discussing to you conjoint analysis, because this would be very relevant, especially for those who would be studying preferences or behavioral preferences, and those who are interested to learn marketing statistics. Okay, so let's start with factor analysis. I'm sorry. I will have a different slide for factor analysis. Open ko muna yung isa kong material. But rest assured that the materials that I would be using here, especially the slides, would be made available to you. So anyway, this slide is available also with the tinyurl .com/EFA seminar that I have given to you as an access. This slide is available in that particular site, so please explore the files. Okay, so what is exploratory factor analysis? So it is a method to examine the dimensionality of a set of items, which means that the items are being referred here as the items under or in a particular questionnaire. So for example, the organizational commitment questionnaire has 18 items. But then how did you know that the items in there have 3 dimensions? Or paano siya na-produce na 6 items ang first dimension, 5 items ang second dimension? Surely hindi siya andoon by accident. No? In the same way as our job satisfaction questionnaire na ginamit since kahapon is may 3 dimensions, pero may mga items doon, may mga dimensions doon or indicators doon na 3 lang yung item, 4 lang yung item. Paano kaya nangyari yon? So basically this particular analysis answers those questions. So it is a technique that can help identify groups of items in a scale that represent a common factor. So take note of the word common factor, or items that are clustered in the common factor. Surely those items talk about that indicator. That leads us to label that particular dimension or indicator into normative, into continuance, um, affective, or in leadership, ma-identify natin siya as attributed charisma, as leading the way or modeling the way, as trust the process, because it's something that we can glean out from the nature of the items that clustered into it. Okay, and EFA, or the exploratory factor analysis, helps us determine what the factor structure looks like according to how participant responds, no, or according to the participant responses. Meaning to say that the nature of the items clustering into that dimension depends on the variances of the respondents' responses on every item. So hindi mo sila i-manually cluster, kundi ang software ang mag-cluster for you. So it is essential to determine underlying constructs as set of measured variables. So later we will have a demonstration on the application of factor analysis. So EFA determines the nature of and the number of latent variables. So when we say indicator of a variable, yung sinasabi natin na items under continuance commitment, yung yung item number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Tapos i-collapse natin yan into an overall mean or i-compute natin ang average niyan to say that this is the overall level or the overall level of that variable. Kung mapapansin niyo yung computed natin na overall normative, overall effective, overall continuance, ang tawag po doon is latent variable. Bakit siya latent variable? Because it's basically a collapsed value of the actual observed values of the items. Okay, so non-existent siya to begin with, but it existed because of the actual or observed values that we get from the responses of the items. So we call that overall mean of that variable as a latent variable. Okay, so it's actually that and counts for observed variation and covariation among set of observed indicators. Or when we say observed indicators, those are item statements or item variables in that questionnaire. Now, ito, very important. Ito, this is the rule of thumb of sampling for EFA na studies. No? So if in case mag-EFA kayo, it's an example of a sequential exploratory mixed methods research design. Bakit siya sequential exploratory? Bakit siya in sequence? Because if in case you would start to develop the instrument or the scale, or if you wanted to establish the dimensions or redefine the dimensions of a particular variable, you first start with a qualitative field work. Or yung data analysis mo would start first with a qualitative phase. The second phase or in the sequence of that is to explore whether there are underlying dimensions of the items that you have extracted out from the qualitative phase, hence the quantitative phase. So what are the sampling techniques for the quantitative phase of that sequential exploratory mixed method research design? According to Field in 2000, if in case meron kang this number of items, multiply that to minimum of 10 or maximum of 15 for that item. For example, if meron kang let's say meron kang 50 items times 10 minimum, that means you need to have 500 respondents. If ang na-develop mo naman na instrument is around 20 times minimum of 10, that's around 200. If in case it's 15, so do the mathematics for that. So that's the rule of thumb for a factor analysis according to Field in 2000. So according to Habing in 2003, it's 5 times more than of your items. So depende, no? For example, kung may 20 items ka times 5, 100. Pero medyo konti kasi, no? So I would still prefer Field 2000. That's 10 to 15. And then, according to Comrie and Lee, yung parang nagbigay sila ng definite number para, something that would make the coefficients of the extracted items normalized, kumbaga. So, it would normalize daw at the point of at least 300. So, whichever suits for you, you may cite these authorities when you cite sampling, no? But make sure that your sampling is still random, because even if this is multivariate analysis, we still need to ensure that everyone is represented and there is no bias in the sampling procedure. So, of course, like any other statistical analysis, mayroon tayong assumptions. Number one is dapat consider natin ang univariate and multivariate normality. So, of course, part and parcel of the output of factor analysis are still items that could are still statistical analysis that would give you tolerance, VIF, as well as multicollinearity. And mapipicture out mo siya, especially kapag merong tendency for unidimensionality ang items mo. Which means that lahat ng items mo magka-cluster lang sa isang dimension. So which means something is wrong with your data and it needs to be corrected. Number two is dapat wala kang outliers. So for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yung scaling mo, dapat wala ka dyang wrong or misencoded items, no, na and then yung outliers natin is yung usually kapag 1 to 5 point scale, nakapag-type pa dyan ng 11 or 14 or 27 or 24, something like that because of wrong encoding. So medyo kailangan natin yung iwasan because according to field in 2009, it would affect the reliability of your coefficient. And then third is there is a linear relationship between the factors and the variables when computing the relationship. So lahat ng dimensions na ma-extract mo has a specific level of dependence or linear relationship. At some, because unang-una, that dimension has to be correlated to this dimension to begin with for you to say that these are factors or dimensions of a particular variable. So kapag magko-correlation analysis ka ng mga items collapse into that dimension, kailangan na correlated sila to begin with. So kapag hindi siya correlated, something is wrong with your clustering. And then factors should have a minimum of 3 items. So may questionnaires tayo na 2 items lang. That's not considered to be a valid dimension according to Tabaknik and Fidel in 2007. No? So make sure na at least 3 items for us to consider that that dimension of a factor or that factor under this variable is considered to be a valid dimension. And then factors with 2 variables should have high correlation but fairly uncorrelated with other variables. So in the event na meron tayong factor na dalawa lang yung item, medyo kailangan correlated lang talaga. Kung hindi siya mag-minimum ng 3 items, kung dalawa lang na items, make sure that it's highly correlated with the rest of the variables for us to consider it in the first place. Now, ano ang steps that we need to do when we do our factor analysis? So, una is, of course, mag-start tayo sa qualitative phase. Ito yung ginagawa ko, I will give you a sample study about, it's actually a latest study that I actually published in a journal. Case. Uy, may nag-cite. Bakit 35 na akin? Ay, dalawa na yung nag-cite sa akin. Anyway,
Impressive
meron
yung
ako.
profile mo, sir.
Ano daw?
Impressive yung profile mo sa Google Scholar.
Bakit?
Wala.
Oy, konti pa
Say.
lang yan. Marami dito sa aming university na even 500 na yung citation. Medyo
Wow.
malayo pa yung tatahaking landas. Pero at least medyo malayo-layo na rin ang aking natahak na landas kumbaga. So I started publishing way 2014. Tapos kapag nakakataba ng puso no kapag may magsa-cite sa'yo kahit isa no, so makaka-happy siya. But then later on because of the expectation of our university for us to really publish, talagang dapat meron kang gagawing publication every year. So for example, in this publication with my advisee in the master's program, ang study niya is dimensions of financial well-being. So, kumbaga, how do you define financial well-being? Tapos sinabi ko sa kanya, bakit? Iba-iba kasi iba-iba kasi ang konteksto natin sa financial well-being. So of course, iba ang financial well-being ng professionals, ang BPOs, iba naman yung priority nila, iba yung mga working mothers. So anong konteksto ang gusto mong i-explore sa financial well-being? Sabi ko, Sir Doc, gusto ko kasi malaman, or Sir JV, gusto ko kasi malaman kung ano ang konteksto ng microfinance borrowers. Yung mga nasa community, tapos iba-iba yung background, pero ang common denominator nila is that they are members of a microfinance institution. And then they are lending or they are actually looking for extra money through a loan from these microfinance institutions. Ang ginawa namin is that we started a focus group discussion with 10 key informant interviewees. So, 10 sila. We invited 15, 10 yung dumating. And then we conducted a very rigorous interview, focus group discussion. Isa lang yung striking question namin doon. In Tagalog, we would say, paano nyo i-describe or ano ang definition ninyo ng financial well-being? Kumbaga, ano ang pananaw ninyo with regards to financial well-being? So of course, maraming that's a very general question. So maraming ibabato ng mga statements sa iyo, no? So may lalabas talaga doon ng mga items na parang this is a really a good definition, no? So We started a qualitative interview like that. Scroll ko lang ha. And then afterwards, we were able to call out item statements, unique item statements that strike something, no, that basically strike resemblance to the related literature na kinuha namin or mga na-conduct namin. So after that, anyway, the entire procedure is displayed here so you can follow what we did, no? Afterwards, eto yung mga lumabas na mga items. So, ito na ang actual factor analysis. So, being able to acquire less debts, yung parang hindi ka daw mangungutang palagi. So, financial well-being for us is being able to acquire less debts. Yung kung hindi kailangan mangutang, ba't ka mangungutang or maglo-loan? And then, I do not buy things which are not important. And then, being able to save if I have money, being debt-free, my financial situation is stable, or financial well-being daw is defined as stability. And then, being cautious in acquiring debts, yung parang medyo watchful ka kung kailan ka mangungutang, and then being free from financial obligations, and you earn from selling. So, financial well-being daw is when you earn from the selling activity. Kung tingnan mo ang mga items na to, parang may commonality sila, no? Parang medyo it really makes sense, no? Being debt-free, cautious sa pangungutang, dapat hindi mangutang, stable yung something. So meron ka ng idea kung ano ang pangalan ng indicator na to, kumbaga. And then yung second dimension is I have money to ang tawag dito, itong you earn from selling na nasa dimension 1 and nasa dimension 2, ang tawag dyan is cross-loading. So kapag may cross-loading, makaka-apekto yan sa interpretation mo. So merong gagawin na procedure to eliminate that or to retain that. And I have money to buy basic commodities. I shun away from borrowing money from shark lenders, being financially at ease in times of emergencies. Your children graduated from their studies. You have properties. I am able to properly manage my finances. I find it easy in paying my obligations. I can pay debts. My financial situation is above the average. So yun yung mga striking pa na mga statements na nag-cluster sa dimension number 2 or component 2. Tapos meron din kung I have money to use during emergency situations. I have money, my financial situations allows me to survive in my weekly needs. I have savings, and then my financial situation is enough to meet my basic needs, ganyan to ganyan, ganyan. And then eto na, meron ng mga items na dalawa na lang sila, being independent from my husband, wife, parents, being frugal in my spending, and I have attended any seminar on financial literacy, and I use my own money to buy things. So these are actually the unique statements that came out from the transcriptions. Okay? So after which, after mo makuha yung mga statements na yun, so of course, i-check mo yung grammar, isi-simplify mo yung statement, ita-translate mo into English, and then the usual thing, you have to look for 5 to 10 experts to check the items, whether this is actually a measure or this is actually a valid item to begin with in the context of financial well-being, kumbaga. So i-check mo ang mga items, and afterwards may mga mariretain yan na items. Yung na-retain na item sa amin is 23, 24. So we transform the responses of our interview into item statements. So binigyan namin ng number, random, no, wala naman kaming ginawa na sorting, no, parang hindi kami nag-sorting kasi we will allow the SPSS to do the thing. So what we did is just to prepare the items, and then we established the validity of the questions, which means kailangan ipa-validate namin ang ating mga instrument, and then you carry out exploratory factor analysis. So how do you carry out exploratory factor analysis? You need to conduct a survey. And you have to administer those survey based on the suitable amount of or suitable number of respondents for that. So make sure that you have sufficient samples to begin with. In our case, we administered it according to our abstract to 377 lenders. Ito yung mga nangutang, no? Ito yung mga nangutang na mga clients ito ng microfinance institutions. So we clustered them, or we took them from 26 different barangays in a city, no, the capital of our province. So results revealed, okay, 28 items lahat, pero ang natira is 26 items. Okay? So, how do we carry out factor analysis? Mag-survey tayo. After that, kapag meron ka ng data, ito na ang 3 steps for carrying factor analysis. Number 1 is to choose an estimator or extraction method. So, dapat guided ka sa related literature mo kung ano ang default, ang setting na pipiliin mo sa factor analysis. I will show you later kung paano siya gawin. So, it could be oblique, which means that items, that the dimensions should be correlated, or it could, oh, may taga-Yusef. Okay. Or it could be, that the items are, kung ano, are different components, kumbaga. Meron kasi tayong mga instrument na tinatawag natin na componential, which means that this is a component and there exist other components that are needed in order for you to compute the overall mean of this variable. But in the same way, there are also stand-alone dimensions. For example, yung variable na leadership styles. Iba ang leadership style number 1, ang number 2, ang number 3, ang number 4. But that's possible based on factor analysis. So kumbaga, hindi ka pwedeng mag-compute ng overall mean ng leadership styles because leadership style 1 is different with 2, 3, 4, and 5. In the same way as personality styles, teaching strategies, yun kasi siya na variable have different dimensions that are considered to be unique in its own. So kapag ganyan, dapat estimation procedure mo should be should hindi siya oblique. It should be orthogonal. So kapag orthogonal, may particular extraction procedure yan, which we call as varimax extraction procedure. Kapag thinking mo is that component 1 is needed, component 2 is needed, component 3 is needed in order for you to compute the overall mean. Hence, that organizational commitment and job satisfaction kahapon, di ba? Affective commitment, continuous commitment, and normative commitment has to be computed to actually come out with the overall organizational commitment. Kapag ganun ang setting mo, ang klase ng rotation mo should be oblique. That's why you need to have an extraction procedure we call oblimin. So dalawa yan ha, it's oblimin versus varimax. But there are other extraction procedures available. No? Depende yan sa kung ano ang prevailing related literature of that variable that you have selected. So you need to really be intensive. You need to watch what particular settings you need to click in order for you to have in order for you to maximize the rotation, no? In order for you to maximize the outcomes or results that would be perfect for that matter. So if in case ma-identify mo na siya, you would determine the number of factors. Determination of the number of factors is based on the extraction procedure. Hindi mo maaari mo namang i-determine by hand kung ano ang kung depende kung uh, ilan ang prevailing. No? For example, you would allow the software to extract or determine the number of dimensions or factors. That's fine. That's the normal exploratory factor analysis. Hence, exploratory. But there are also studies na may mga item statements na meron ng standard instrument but you wanted to contextualize it. So for example, Bergen Facebook Addiction Scale. Ang Bergen Facebook Addiction Scale is a 6-factor or 6-dimension scale. But you wanted to test it in the context of the Philippines because the context when it was first developed was in Norway. So, 6-factor solution ang Norway. How about sa Philippines? Baka 3-factor solution siya. So, kailangan meron ka ding justification kung from your related literature kung ilan ang isiset mo. Because in the first place, it is a very dangerous assumption kung ikaw lang ang magde-determine. So, ang pinaka safe is for the software to extract the dimensions for you and you do the labeling. And then the third is to select a rotation. Nasabi ko kanina, oblimin at saka varimax. And then the solution. So I would give you the following. No? So we have principal access factoring. Principal access factoring is recommended when the data violates the assumption of multivariate normality. So this is the non-parametric exploratory factor analysis because kailangan meron pa ring normal distribution ng ating data to begin with. Now, principal axis factoring is acceptable for oblique rotations such as oblimin, Quartimax, Promax, and some other variations. But kung principal component analysis ang ating extraction, it's good for orthogonal rotation using Varimax procedure. So makikita natin yung mga yan later, no? Ayan, so meron siyang table here. The goal of rotation is to attain an optimal size structure which attempts to have each variable load on as few factors as possible and maximize the high loadings on each variable. Ang habol natin is dapat ang ating coefficients would be as high as 0.5 pataas. No? So, as much as possible, hindi siya bababa. So, ano ba ang ating basis to determine the number of factors to be retained? So, dapat ang ating eigenvalue is set at 1.0 para lahat ng matitirang dimensions na hindi 1.0 is eliminated. So, that's according to the criteria of Kaiser in 1960. For script plot, it's actually a graphical illustration of your eigenvalues kung saan doon ang pwede nating i-cut and i-consider na number of dimensions. Now, script plot will only be reliable when the sample size is at least 200. Now, ano ang limitations ng factor analysis? Of course, kailangan magaling kang mag-naming, no? So, kapag na-code ang mga items na po, ano ang pangalan ba ng item na to? So, naming is problematic. You need to be guided by the related literature as well as common sense. Mas mabuti na very generic or very on point ang naming mo. So, minsan kasi may mga namings na very literary, no? So, yun ang iiwasan natin. And then, meron din tayong split loadings or cross loadings, which means that ang itong item na to is nag-load sa dimension 1, sa 2, or 1 and 3. So, medyo mahirap yon. And then, large sample at a specific point. So, hindi kailangan na napakalaki ng sample, sobrang laki ng sample because magiging unreliable ang solution mo. So, just the normal range, no? So, meron tayong at least 200, meron tayong at least 300, meron din naman tayong rule of thumb. So, doon tayo mag-strike ng balance. Okay, so ang workshop natin is still makikita natin sa EFA seminar or EFA seminar. Balikan natin ang ating Dropbox. So, makikita ninyo dito na meron akong sample final paper ng EFA. This is my advisee last 2015. And this is the demonstration ng EFA. So kindly go to tinyurl.com/EFA seminar or alternatively, isi-send ko ang subfile. Ang pangalan ng file is EFA demo. Dropbox, EFA, i-check, i-send ko na lang ang yan. So if in case you see the EFA demo.sub in the chat box, please say received. So kung wala, you could go to tinyurl.com. Sorry. If in case hindi nyo siya nakita, punta lang tayo sa tinyurl.com/EFA seminar. Andito yung ating data, tsaka yung slides natin. So, andito na yung mga SPSS commands, no? Of course, kailangan natin siyang ito, ginawan ko na kayo ng screenshot para at least meron kayong masundan. Okay, so detalyado na to, pero for me to demonstrate it to you live, this is how you do it, no? So, first, punta tayo sa ating punta tayo sa ating dataset, EFA. So, meron na itong LCC1, LCC2. These are actually codings. Pero may mga labels na yan. Okay, so this is actually my attempt to create a scale that would actually create a scale or an instrument to demonstrate or to model different research attitudes or attitudes towards research. This is inspired from the study of Elena Papanastasio in 2004. who actually developed the ATR scale, pero ang konteksto niya is in Cyprus. Sa akin, gusto ko naman ang konteksto dito sa Pilipinas, particularly in the University of Mindanao. So, the publication of this is underway, and it is very much, I will be very happy to share to you the extracted findings. No? Eto, meron ako nag-interview ako ng 3 groups of students. No? 10 all boys, 10 all girls, then the third group is combination na, no? So, I also ensured that LGBTQIA students are represented. Baka kasi sila yung mga usually nagli-leader sa grupo eh. So, baka meron silang stand kung ano yung ano yung attitude nila sa research. So, ito yung mga items na lumabas. I enjoy my research course. I love research. I find research interesting. Research courses are pleasant. Research is useful for my career. It is connected to my field of study. The skills I have acquired in research will helpful to me in the future. Meron pa ditong statistics scares me. Research courses make me anxious. Our teachers rarely taught us research. We have difficulty in looking for respondents. Research is a complicated process. I have skipped meals because of research. Ngano jud? Bakit kaya? Okay, meron pang I am not capable with dealing with numbers. So how do we start pagpalagay natin nakapag-survey na tayo ng number of respondents. I have surveyed a total of 200 respondents. So how do we execute that? We click analyze and then dimension reduction. Pwede din na data reduction sa older version ng ating SPSS. And then click factor. Tapos ipapasok natin ang lahat ng items here sa variables. And then descriptives, i-check natin si KMO and Bartlett's test of sphericity. Alternatively, if you wanted to compute the mean score and the standard deviation, you could click univariate descriptives for that matter. And then if in case you wanted to determine kung may relationship ba ang item 1 to different items, you might want to click significance levels. Okay? And then click continue. And then dito na tayo sa extraction procedure. Extraction is, ano ba ang ating take? No? So, ang take natin is that attitude 1 is different with attitude 2. They are not actually ingredients together to form an attitude. So, which means different attitudes ito. So, ang ating pipiliin is principal components because it would mean na iba ang attitude 1 with different items with attitude 2 with different items. And then, click natin si plot. And then, naka-default yan, eigenvalues greater than 1. Yan ang way natin to determine the number of dimensions. And then, naka-default siya to convergence to 25. That means maglo-load 25 times ang ating dataset to form dimensions. So, 25 times ang iteration niya. Click continue. And then, since principal component ang pinili natin dito, dapat ang rotation natin is varimax. Okay, that's always together, no? So if in case naman na oblique yung rotation natin through principal axis factoring, pwede ang oblimean, quartimax, equamax, and promax. But you know, these are very technical and very sophisticated because it would require you to identify the number of delta and kappa for that. But anyway, sa ating procedure ngayon is varimax ang pipiliin natin. And then continue tayo, and then options na tayo diretso, and then para hindi tayo, syempre, hindi tayo masistress no, sa arrangement ng ating loadings or item clusterings, dito na tayo sa sorted by size na tayo, and then magsusuppress tayo, no? So kailangan tayo maglagay ng standard. So according to Bartholomew in 2002, you need to have at least 0.4, no? Para ang mga items na talagang makuha mo are high quality items. But in my case, I would prefer 0.5 or higher than that because the items with high coefficients value would mean higher reliability kapag magko-Cronbach's alpha. Okay? So 0.5 tayo, so which means 0.5 pataas yan, no? Regardless of positive or negative. And then click continue. And then kapag tapos ka na, you click OK. Ayan, so ito na ang ating output ng factor analysis. Meron na siyang descriptive statistics, palalaman mo na yan. So, eto, ano ang ibig sabihin ng KMO and Bartlett's test? According to Kaiser and Rice in 1974, your KMO should be at least 0.60 for you to say that your sample is adequate. Okay? So in this case, kapag kung 0.66 daw, borderline na yan, which means na masasabi na okay na yung sample. Parang so-so ang sample mo. 0.7 is adequate. 0.8 is good. 0.9 is meritorious or excellent. So which means na kapag 0.9 pataas ang KMO value mo, that means your sample size is already meritorious. In this case, 0.9 man siya or 0.957 man, which means that it's already sufficient. Ano ang purpose ng Bartlett's test of sphericity? So ang Bartlett's test of sphericity should be significant. The chi-square value should have a sig value less than 0.05 for you to say that your item statements are multidimensional. Yung sigurado ka na may create na dimensions or factors or components ang yung item statements. In this case, in the context of attitude towards research, Filipino version, significant siya. Meaning to say, may maraming dimensions or maraming attitude pala ang ating mga students towards research. So kung titingnan mo din ang value ng ating correlation ng mga items, close to zero siya, no? May maraming significance. So which means na our items are really good. And then, ito yung ating initial loadings ng commonalities. Yung commonalities meaning to say is that ito ang value ng ang value ng extraction ng item na to is 0.533 or 53.3% related to all items or the remaining of the items. The higher the value, the better, but make sure na hindi siya close to 0.9 because there could be multicollinearity problem in the end. So pa rin ito kasi nasa 0.7, 0.6 siya. Now, ilan kaya ang factors na na-extract natin? Ano ang titingnan natin? Ang titingnan natin is ang ating eigenvalues. Initial eigenvalues, dapat ang total initial eigenvalue ng bawat component should be equal to 1 or greater. In this case, meron tayong 17.659, 3.211, 1.648, and 1.388. Meaning to say, may suspetsa tayo na 4 dimensions ang ating item scales. And these 4 dimensions have different percentage of importance. So dimension number 1 or component number 1 explains 56.964% of the attitude towards research of students. The other one explains 10.359%. The third one explains 5.32%, and the remaining explains 4.478% of the variance of the attitude towards research. All in all, 77.119%, which means that the responses of our 200 students here explains 77.119% of the variance of the reality of attitude towards research. And the remaining will actually be attributed to other items na hindi na natin nasali sa ating focus group discussion. Okay, so I believe that the attitude towards research among students is a 4-factor solution. Now, ang pinaka-exciting na part is to determine kung mayroon ng loadings. Ayan, mayroon na tayong loading sa baba. No? So, ito yung script plot. Ito yung first dimension. Napakataas ng kanyang percentage of variance explained. Second is andito. Third, andito. Fourth, andito. So, yung fifth, medyo breaking na siya. Consistent na siya dito eh. Parang naka-straight line na ito. So, ang suspetsya natin, ito, at saka ito are valid dimensions. All the rest are non-valid. Kapag nag-break na siya sa leg niya, kumbaga, or sa neck niya, that means remaining dyan is hindi na valid. Naka-straight line na kasi ito. So, ito, at saka ito talaga yung valid dimensions as reflected in the initial eigenvalues here. So, copy natin ito sa Microsoft Word so that we can maximize i-try nyo rin siyang i-run so that meron kayong idea how it's done. No? Ayan. So we call this in statistics, eto, tanggalin na natin ito kasi itong mga items to are not actually relevant or not actually not valid already. No? So i-retain lang natin ang valid. We call this, if in case gagawin natin siyang table, ang pangalan ng table na to is latent roots criterion. Okay, so the latent roots criterion would give us an idea on how many latent variables or dimensions or components ang ma-generate natin. In this case, we have found out that attitude towards research among college students is a 4-factor solution, and our data explains 77.119% of the variance. Paano mo malalaman na successful ka or at least reliable ang exploratory factor analysis mo? Dapat ang percentage of variance explain mo, ang total cumulative mo should be greater than 0.5 or 50%, which means that you were able to explain 50% of the variance. Kapag 0.6 na yan, or 60% na yan, 70% na yan, that's already good. No? We cannot expect that we get all the items necessary because meron tamang limitation ang ating statistical analysis, at saka meron din namang limitation ang responses ng ating mga interviewees. So, balikan natin ang ating slide. Balikan natin ang ating SPS, ating output. So, after that, pwede mong kopyahin itong script plot as a figure. Ang initial rotation natin is madi-display natin sa rotated component matrix. It would roughly give you the idea kung ilang component siya. Ang final rotation is which is the rotated component matrix. 5 times rotate yung original component matrix to give you the final solution, which is the rotated component matrix. Now, here's the exciting part because I want you to read the items and help me identify kung ano kaya ang pangalan ng dimension na to. So, let's increase that. No? Yan. So first factor involves how many items? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 items. Ano kaya itong mga item na to? So first factor involves the following items. I-yellow ko muna siya ha. Or kahit blue na lang. So research courses are difficult. Research courses make me nervous. Research courses are stressful. Research is not a good experience. I have skipped meals because of research. Research affects my social life. I have compromised a lot of activities because of research. Research makes me anxious. Research courses scare me. Our teachers rarely taught us research. We have difficulty in looking for respondents. Research is a complicated process. Ano kaya ang pwede natin ipangalan sa dimension number 1 based on these items?
Negative effects of research.
You may want to chat your answer in the chat box. Titingnan natin kung ano ang interpretation ninyo. Ito, kasi alam nyo kasi nung ginawa ko ang study na to, talagang thesis to ng mga students business administration students ito no, from different campuses in the University of Mindanao. So of course, ang feedback nila nakaka-stress. So siguro ito yung nag-matter no, talagang nag-cluster yung mga items na to na ito talaga kapag ang interpretation test natin, ang pinaka-importante or ang pinaka-mabigat na factor or dimension is of course number 1 because it would explain the greatest variance of the attitude towards research. Meaning kasi itong mga item na to ang talagang pinakamabigat for the context, for that context of the student. So may mga sumasagot na dito. We have here negative effects of research. Meron tayong resistance to research. Okay. Research anxiety, that makes sense. Sige daw. Ibang mga participants natin. Basahin natin later. Kuha lang ako ng water. Attributes of research. Students' research perception. Very general, no? Ma'am Cherry, very general. Siguro lagyan natin ng more specific flavor ang ano ang research perception. So, it seems to me na lahat ng mga items nito are really negative, no? So, pwede nating sabihin na negative research experience or negative attitude towards research or negative feelings towards research. Depende yan sa inyo. Sir, ano ba ang sure way for us to really know na yan ang pangalan ng items? You need to go back to your related literature. So, makakakita ka doon ng mga items na surely pwede nating sabihin na, ay, parehas lang pala tayo ng item ni Papa Anastasio. So, pwede ito research difficulty. 5-factor solution ang kay Papa Anastasio, yung sa kanya is research difficulty. Iba din naman ang negative attitude towards research. Ayan, so pwede siya negative experience towards research, negative perception towards research, no? So negative feelings towards research. How about ang dimension number 2? Ang dimension number 2 naman is ito na mga items. I highlight them in yellow. So research courses are pleasant. I find research courses interesting. Research is useful for my career. I love research courses. The skills I have acquired in research will be helpful to me in the future. Research expanded my opportunities in my chosen field. I am confident with my research. Research is connected to my field of study. Research should be indispensable in my professional training. I enjoy my research courses. Okay. Ano kaya ang pwede natin ipangalan sa items na to? Positive attitude towards research. Ano kaya ang pwede natin ipangalan? Parang si Ma'am Sherry lang yata ang nagsumasagot ngayon. Mag-oral recitation ako. Si Sir Jericho Tadeo. Sir, ano kaya ang pwede nating ipangalan sa items na to? Positive attributes of research. How about Sir Jericho? Sir Jericho Tadeo daw. Busy yata si Sir. How about si Sir Kenneth Enrico? Ano kaya ang pwede nating ipangalan, sir, sa items na to? Wala, parang wala. Natutulog na yata silang lahat. Anyway, sige, we can actually label them positive research experience, positive attitude towards research, or usefulness of research. Depende yan, o pwede nyo siyang hanapan ng exact na term based sa yung related literature or based on your hunch, no? Pwede naman ganun. Basta meron lang kayong theoretical support. About the third component, that includes ito, no? Medyo maraming issue dito noon. So, i-highlight ko siya in group. Yan. Our research personnel is not approachable. There are no clear guidelines in doing research. We were not taught properly in our research course. We have difficulty in having our research approved. Ano kaya ang mga pwede nating ipangalan dito? Or ipangalan natin dito? Anyone? Andito ba si Ma'am? Andito ba yung si Ma'am Mesida? Nakita ko na may USEP logo siya sa background. Ano kaya ang pwede nating ipangalan dito, Ma'am? Challenges in doing research, research barriers, problems encountered during research, issues and concerns. Okay. For the final solution, ito, final dimension, Interpretation of data is not my thing. Statistics scares me. I am not capable with dealing with numbers. I do not understand how data is analyzed. I cannot get the importance of data analysis in research. Ano kaya pwede natin ipangalan dito? Grabe naman. Sige, anong pwede natin ipangalan sa fourth dimension? Fear in doing research. Okay. Ano pa? Kaya interpretation of data, statistics, dealing with numbers, data is analyzed, importance of data analysis. So medyo may klaro na may technical difficulties, personal disposition. Ako, if in case I would interpret this, kasi may data, stat, no, pwede siguro ito statistics, statistical analysis anxiety, or anxiety in statistics and data analysis. Pwede ganon ang ating ipangalan, or difficulties in statistics or statistical concerns in research. Pwede ganon. Basta related siya sa data. Ito naman pwede natin ipangalan dito is institutional bottlenecks or institutional policies or challenges in research policies, or difficulties experienced in research, or institutional bottlenecks. Pwede ganon ang ipangalan natin. So afterwards, after nyo yung mag-naming, so of course, meron ka ng factor solution. Papakita ko yung sample output ko, ha? So after that, nakita na natin, meron na tayong nakita dito na, kumbaga, dimensions, no? So yung ating eigenvalues, yung ating latent roots criterion, dito na namin dinisplay, no? So dinisplay na namin dito, tsaka yung percentage of variance explain niya. Dito na rin namin dinisplay ang KMO at tsaka yung Bartlett's test of sphericity. So in-explain namin isa-isa na factor number 1 explains ganito, and then it is composed of this item, something like that. Ang pinangalan namin dito is ganito. So for example, in this case, factor number 1, ito kanina na pinakita ko, ang pinangalan namin dito is financial resilience. And then, I'm sorry. Ang pangalan ng factor na yan pala is freedom from debt. Kasi unang-una, kung tutuusin natin, being able to acquire less debts, I do not buy things which are not important, being able to save if I have money, being debt-free. So, halos utang, no? Ang kanyang sinasabi. So, pwede nating pangalanan ng freedom from debt. Then, tapos, yung pangalawa, ang pinangalan namin doon is investment and financial discipline. Kasi kung tutusin, kung titingnan mo ang mga items, I have money to buy basic commodities, I shun away from borrowing money, being financially at ease, your children graduated from studies, you have properties, pabili ka ng properties, I am able to properly manage my finances, I can pay my debts, I find it easy in paying my obligations. So ang pinangalan namin doon is investment and financial discipline. For the third factor, the obtained eigenvalue, ito, ang pinangalan namin dito sa I have money to use during emergency situations, my financial situation allows me to survive in my weekly needs, and I have savings, is financial resilience. Okay? So, ang ginawa namin nung nag-naming na kami, of course, magko-cronbox alpha na tayo. Iko-compute natin kung ang mga items are actually internally consistent. So, what I did, you know how to use cronbox alpha, right? Ang cronbox
Yes,
alpha
Doc.
so ang cronbox alpha natin is i-compute natin by doing this. So analyze, scale, reliability analysis. I-identify mo na ngayon kung saan yung mga items mo. Okay? So pwede mo na siyang hanapan. For example, just an example, ha, I would just highlight, for example, this is dimension number 1. Ipapasok mo na siya, then say, let's say dimension 1. Anong pangalan? Name of dimension 1. Palagay natin. And there's statistics, and then item, scale, item deleted, and then continue. Then click OK. So, dyan mo na malalaman na itong 6 items na to is 0.937 or 93.7% reliable. No? So, i-display mo na ngayon ang reliability estimate ng mga item loadings ng iyong questionnaire. So, in that case, you would actually say na talagang ang items mo is maganda. And then, syempre, doon nagtapos ang initial exploratory factor analysis mo. Kasi ito ang pinaka-first natin na attempt in the skill development. Ibang issue naman if you wanted to finalize the item loadings. These are just preliminary analysis, no? You are merely extracting the possible items that can be named. Ibang usapan naman kapag if-fit mo na siya sa data mo. So for example, nakita natin na ito ang ating item loadings. Ngayon, ang gagawin ko is magko-confirmatory factor analysis naman ako. Ang confirmatory factor analysis, I'll give you an example, is the graphical approach to fit your factor analysis. So let's say, meron akong study dito ng aking friend. Ang sa kanya naman is how do students define meaningful mathematics learning? So in his case, nag-factor analysis siya. Okay, meron pa ditong mga interviews, o makikita nyo may interviews pa siya. And then after sa different validations, ang 16 niya, naging 16, naging 10, something like that. And then nag-KMO and Bartlett's test siya. And eto na ang kanyang exploratory factor analysis. Hindi lang makikita natin ang mga pangalan ng items, no? But ibang question, dito na thematic analysis na siya. But ibang question na kung ano ang final items for that scale. Kasi a factor analysis is just the initial attempt for you to develop the skill. Now, ano ang confirmatory factor analysis? That's how you do it. The confirmatory factor analysis is fitting your items and trimming the items that did not pass the fitting criteria. So ano ba ang fitting criteria? Eto, at least eto na mga criteria ang kailangan nating i-meet. Okay, so in this case, ang fitting criteria natin should follow different assumptions. So dapat ang GFI, CFI, TLI at least 0.95, and then ang ating p-val, ang ating chi-square over degree of freedom should be at less than 3 as much as possible. Our MCA natin dapat less than 0.08. Ang T-close of fit dapat hindi siya significant, dapat greater than 0.05 siya. So madaming assumptions, no? So this one, explanation of confirmatory factor analysis, is one subject in the PhD DRE program, no? Under multivariate analysis. Kung iti-training naman natin, it would take us at least a week. Kasi kailangan natin i-walk through talaga ang lahat ng fit procedures as well as ang ating procedure in the item and in the 2-factor, 3-factor, 4-factor solutions. Kailangan kasi nating i-compare 'yon so that ang ating final skill is really something that we consider valid. So medyo kailangan natin ng ample time for confirmatory factor analysis. But for exploratory factor analysis, it's our initial attempt, no, to do something that would unravel the number of dimensions or underlying structures of your variable. So ang maganda sa kanya, it's an emerging trend because in the first place, ang output mo is a scale that you can call your own. Pwede mo ma-claim yan na, oh, this is my instrument, no? Noon kasing nagsulat din ako ng isang research, ang pangalan ng research ko is, check natin ha, I wanted to know what makes students happy. So, students' happiness ang aking hinanap, no? Hanapin ko muna yung study na yon. Ang pangalan ng study na yun is Happiness Index, para hindi ko siya makita dito. But anyway, I'll go to the actual site. It's in journal.umindanao.edu.ph, volume 6. I think it's not here. I think it's in the other, is in volume 5. It was an undergrad research that we actually wrote when I was still a research director of a previous school. No, it's in Southeastern College of Padada. This one. Okay. Ang gusto lang namin hanapin ano ba ang nakakapagpasaya sa mga students. Based on our interviews involving 40 students, we yielded 146 different sources of happiness. And then we administer those involving 416 students. And then based on the data reduction via factor analysis, ang naiwan is 19 items. And then ang 19 items nag-load into 5 dimensions. So titingnan natin ang ating dimensions here na naiwan. That means 0.5 ang ginamit ko doon. Ang mga items na talagang natanggal, walang value kasi na-suppress sila ng factor analysis. So for example, having adventure, outing, hiking, hanging out with friends, vacation, and going to the beach. That's factor number 1. Ang pangalan ko sa factor na yan is in outdoor activities. Bakit outdoor activities? Because having adventure. So labas ang adventure. Outing, of course, out, labas. Hiking. Saan ka magka-hiking? Alangan naman sa loob ng bahay. So labas. Hanging out with friends. Pwede naman sa loob ng bahay, pero hanging out with friends are usually done outside, no? And then vacation, of course, hindi pwede bakasyon sa kwarto, bakasyon talaga sa labas. And then going to the beach, of course, beach yan na yan. So outdoor activities talaga ito. Games, gadgets, watching YouTube videos, and going to the mall. So those are activities na ginagawa ng current generation eh. So medyo hindi ganyan ang happiness ng mga college students nung unang panahon. So of course, we call that within the generation activities. And then meron tayo texting, phone conversations, dating, and hugging. Of course, texting can be done by magsing irog, yung magnobya. Pwede din naman random, no? Pero ang purpose kasi ng texting nung kinandak namin ang study is para daw getting in touch with their loved ones. And then phone conversations. Of course, ang kausap talaga sa phone yung jowa talaga, no? So ang tawag ko dun sa dimension na yan is romance. And then decorating, dancing, eating delicious food, and gifts or receiving gifts. Yung decorating, magde-decorate ka daw, happy ka. Dancing, kapag daw pinagpapawisan sila tapos nagda-dance sila, masaya sila. Kapag kumain ng pagkain, talagang when they eat food, masaya sila. And then kapag nakaka-receive sila ng gifts, masaya daw sila. So parang me receiving, me doing this, and then me receiving this. We call that, according to related literature, we call that self-indulgence. Okay? And then finally, Dota, Clash of Clans, League of Legends, nag-cluster talaga sa isang item. So ang pangalan is online gaming. So we now therefore conclude that happiness of college students is a 5-factor solution, which is a function of outdoor activities, within the generation activities, romance, self-indulgence, and online gaming. So from 21 items, these are all 21 items. And then na-trim siya to 19 items. Okay? And then, ang ginawa namin para ma-determine namin ang index or ang mean score, so of course, we computed the individual items for in terms of mean and standard deviation. So ang mean niya is 4.55, rank number 1 is eating delicious food. So masaya ang student kapag may eating delicious food at saka yung vacation. No? Overall talaga is yun ang nagpapasaya sa kanila. Followed by having adventure, receiving gifts, no, alangan naman, no. Pinaka least na nagpapasaya sa kanila siguro because hindi lahat nagdodota is Dota. Yun. So ang discussion ko, ang aming claim is that happiness is a 5-factor solution. So di ba magandang way for us to propose a research like this because we would now be the first. And if in case ipapublish natin ito, talagang isa-cite tayo na. According to Morsha et al. In 2020, in 2020, happiness of college students is a 5-dimensional construct. Something like that. Magandang pandagdag yun sa citation. So at the end of the day, talagang maganda ang factor analysis. So sundan lang natin ang mga procedures na screenshot ko dito. Meron din itong mga assumptions, no, kung kailan natin masasabi na superb or excellent ang ating fit, something like that. Please extract it. And then you're good to go. And then as to the sample papers naman na pinakita ko, it's actually accessible in my Google Scholar. So feel free to download and share it to your students or your faculty. Charot, nagpo-promote talaga. So any questions for factor analysis, for exploratory factor analysis?
Hello, Doc Mersha.
Yep, Mr. Tabayoyo.
Yes, Doc, may tanong lang po ako. I'm not sure if
Hmm.
na-address niyo na po ito kasi naputol po yung connection ko kanina. Can we also perform EFA on existing questionnaires?
That's a good thing, no? Nasabi ko kanina yan in slight detail. It's two of the most approaches of factor analysis is the exploratory one and the confirming EFA. Hindi siya confirmatory factor analysis, no? Kumbaga, you are merely confirming the scale that is developed in other country based on your context. So sabi ko kanina, ang example ko kanina is yung initial na ginawa ni Andreasen et al. In 2015. Pakita ko na lang yung article, no? So BFAS, Andreasen. Yan. So ang instrument na ginamit nung ginawa ang Bergen Facebook Addiction Scale is a 6-dimension factor, no? That is developed involving Norwegian students. Okay? So meron taga Norway yung gumawa or ang involved. Ngayon, ang ginawa ni Griffiths, ang study ni Griffiths is tinest niya ang BFAS involving Portuguese students, no? So Bergen, Facebook addiction, and then Griffiths. So ang ginawa ni Griffiths, vinalidate niya ang Bergen Facebook addiction scale, but the involved now is Portuguese or Portuguese students. So ang nangyari is they are actually looking if the 6 dimensions by Andreasen et al. In 2012 are valid in the context of Portuguese students. So in that manner, titingnan natin ang result ni Griffiths et al. So ang sa kanya, if in case hindi ko alam kung dinisplay na yung actual factor loadings. Ang sa kanya, sorry, tingnan na lang natin sa abstract. One factor solution lang. So meaning to say, hindi siya same, no, sa iba. So meron din naman dito na vinalidate siya sa Italian. Okay? So ang sa Italian naman, ang sa kanya is, ano yung kanyang result? Tingnan natin. Download PDF na lang. Ayan. So yung sa kanya, tingnan natin yung factor analysis niya. Ay, naka-overall na ito. So hindi ito factor analysis, na confirmatory factor analysis na siya. So to answer your question, yes, it's possible, no? Pero napaka-sensitive. Nasundan ko kasi ang issue nitong BFAS eh. Nag-o-okrayan yung developer at saka yung mga gumamit, no? So parehas nito, no? Si Andreasen nag-publish siya on 2012. Now si Griffiths vinalidate yung kanang instrument. So siguro parang medyo na-offend sila Andreasen kasi ang ginawa nila, bakit po binago yung aking instrument? So nag-publish siya ng study, nireplyan si Griffiths, no? Parang ganon yung nangyari. So pwede mo siyang gawin. For example, may standard instrument na ang leadership practices, no? Yung it's a prevailing instrument by Bass and Avolio. So meron akong advising na binago niya, hindi siya binago, parang gusto niya i-determine kung ang solutions ba or ang 25 item leadership practices inventory ba is true in the context of principals here in the Philippines, particularly here in Davao region. So ang kanyang factor analysis, instead of the 5 na nakita niya, 3-factor solution lang ang kanyang nakuha, which means nag-load lang doon ang yung 25 items nag-load lang doon, and 4 ang natanggal, which means that these items might not be relevant in the clustering. Hindi namin sinasabi na hindi ito importante in terms of level or manifestation, pero in terms of clustering, yun yung natanggal. So possible siya, no? In fact, ang study ng aking friend, itong isa, yung redefinition of the parameters of something, ang ginawa niya is may existing na scale. Pero gusto niyang malaman if ang study ba, ang original na proponent ba, yung parang consistent ba yung kanyang finding sa noong unang nagpropose. Si Osobel kasi ang nagpropose ng meaningful mathematics learning. Gusto ng researchers na sila ang mag-redefine. Baka kasi iba ang meaningful mathematics learning in their college. Yun ang problema, kay in their college lang yung problema. So, eto yung according to related literature, ito yung 6 dimensions ng meaningful mathematical learning. Pero nung nag-factor analysis na siya, or nag-confirmatory factor analysis na siya, 5 na lang. So the initial 6-factor solution ni Osobel in the 1970s became just a 5-factor solution in the context of college students of a specific college here in Davao City. So medyo iba naman ang konteksto niya. So possible po siya. Okay, other questions?
Doc, follow up lang. For
Yes.
example, just so lang na just to make sure na the factors are being investigated by the students. Ang may pinagawa po kasi yung exercise sa kanila ng sort of like an exploratory factor analysis wherein I asked them to investigate one factor lang from the questionnaire. So for example, yung questionnaire po may 5 factors. So I only asked them to investigate just one factor of that questionnaire. And so from there, I asked them to use the items, tapos they used it as the survey, the survey questionnaire. And then just to make sure na isang factor lang po talaga yung investigation, we did an EFA. Tama po ba yun, Doc?
That's a basic example of cherry picking. Kasi unang-una, bakit isang factor lang ang kinuha mo from that 5-factor solution? That's one of the questions that I would raise. Second one, bakit yung factor lang din yon ang ifa-factor analysis mo, considering that there are factors na pwede mong isali. So, kung i-cherry picking mo yung factor na yon and then magfa-factor analysis ka sa factor na yon, kung gagawa ka ng factor loadings on one factor of another exploratory factor analysis, maki-question ng mga experts of practice na yan to begin with. So, mas mabuti na when you adopt a specific factor, i-adapt mo na lang ang entire scale. And then you run the factor analysis using another sample.
Copy, Doc. Thank you po.
No worries. Okay, any other clarifications? I would allocate additional 10 minutes for us just for factor analysis before we proceed with another statistical analysis. Question pa po tayo. So sayang po yung opportunity na mag-question.
Sir?
Yes, Ma'am Sharina.
Sir, I haven't tried factor analysis, the FPA, the CFA, but just today, sir, maybe as newbie, sir, I think that I could start like testing instruments, standardized questionnaires, sir, right? And to check in our setting, in our province. Would that be okay, sir?
Ano yung konteksto mo, ma'am? Ano yung particular variable na iti-test mo?
Like for example, sir, online teaching in math. So we would like to check to have factor analysis with that instrument if we can find one, and then we will do it in our here in our like the Griffith, the Facebook in other university,
Kumbaga
and
yung
then
approach ni Griffiths ang
ah
gagawin mo. So may existing na instrument, and then ang
yes
gagawin
sir.
mo is itatry mo yung instrument na yun sa konteksto ng probinsya ninyo.
Yes sir, would that be okay,
Okay,
sir?
so wala namang problema yun, no? Actually, that's a common practice in factor analysis studies, especially if the items are the instrument that they have seen from other studies really good. Wala tayong
Mm.
problema doon. Kaya lang sa ating introduction, kung ang attempt natin is to establish the psychometric validity of that factor analysis of others in our own context, make sure na i-discuss natin yun sa rasyonale. No? So, i-discuss natin ang instrument na nakita natin, which is a 25-item instrument that would measure meaningful online mathematics learning developed by ganito na study, and then kuan siya, na-establish ang psychometrics niya involving this number of respondents in this country, but then sasabihin mo, based on my related literature, there is no from any Filipino researchers to use this instrument to effectively measure the context of Filipino learners. And you find this instrument very interesting, and you are more interested to test this instrument in terms of its psychometric applicability based on our Filipino respondents. So it is now my intention to use this instrument and then establish the factor loadings and confirm the number of dimensions. Something like that. So, pwedeng ganon. Meron pa, meron akong ibibigay na example ulit. This is still in the same from this author. Sa kanya naman is, gusto niyang i-model ang, ano yung obstacles ba for entrep students in pursuing business. Kasi kapag entrep student, talagang you would be expected to do research. Ang ginawa niya, yung talagang nag-start siya sa exploratory factor analysis. No? So, ang ginawa niya, wala siyang idea kung ano yung mga barriers or obstacles. So, F1, F2, F3, so F1 to Fn, which means that it could be 7, it could be less than 7, it could be more than 7, something like that. So, ang kanya is, ito yung naiwan na item. So, ito yung mga namings niya. So, individual entrepreneurial knowledge and skills, access to financial and human capital, prevailing economic and political condition, and then financial capacity and risk propensity. So, ito yung kanyang latent roots criterion. Tapos, ito na yung kanyang final model. No? So, a four-factor solution daw ang obstacles in pursuing business among entrepreneurship students. It could be because of issues in individual entrepreneurial knowledge and skills, access to financial and human capital, prevailing economic and political conditions, and financial capacity and risk propensity. Now, ang gusto mong gawin is, gusto kong i-adapt ang skill na to, gusto kong i-test ang skill na to kung totoo ba ito in the context of marketing students dito sa Luzon. Or gusto kong i-test siya within the context of accountancy graduates. Bakit hindi nagnenegosyo ang ating accountancy graduates? So, dapat i-discuss mo yung konteksto na yan dito mismo sa ating introduction. So, pwede mong i-discuss dito na nakakita ka ng skill ni Gono and Romero in 2021. So, you are interested to use this, or you might want to create your own. Pwede mong hindi gamitin ito, pero pwede mong i-cite ito na study as a limitation. May nakita kang instrument, but you feel that the items are inadequate with the context that I would be involving. So, what I want to do is to create a new skill or to redefine obstacles in pursuing it. Pwedeng ganun. Pero again, ang limitation ng factor analysis, hindi final ang yung factor loadings unless you fit it with your data. So, ang fitting with the data is not conducted using exploratory factor analysis. It's conducted using confirmatory factor analysis or CFA. Okay, so your CFA is quite very, very technical. No? Madami kang pagtutuon. I'm not so sure if I have here a sample of my CFA. Hanapin ko lang muna just for the purpose of um, um, checking. No? So, ay, meron ako nakita. Meron ako nakita. Yung kay Dr. Gono kasi ako yung nag-stat doon. Share screen. Ayan. So that's confirm. Ito yung bagong study niya kasi, no. So I will just be sharing to you the actual final output, no. So kung ayan. So that's confirmatory factor analysis. Bakit siya very technical? Because each of these arrows, the circles or the errors, the latent variables, the observed variables, may mga meaning yan, no. So these are the namings of those. And then kung titingnan mo ang kanyang output, ito yung kanyang output. I-share ko na lang. So ito yung output ng study na ginawa niya. So each of this has a specific meaning. So for example, parameter estimates, parameter summary tayo. So may mga meaning kasi ang mga values na to. So assessment of normality, may meaning yan. The assessment of normality in confirmatory factor analysis is done using the Mahalanobis distance. So yes, eto. So may meaning ang bawat number na yan at saka titingnan mo kung ano ang total value. So for example, kung gusto mong malaman kung fit ba ang model niya, may mga value yan. So for example, Cmin over DF dapat not greater than 3. So in this case, may meaning ang computation na yan. I-click mo yan, you would determine that for the default model, the discrepancy divided by the degrees of freedom is 16899.801 divided by 655 equals 2.58. So, mismong ang software ang magbibigay sa iyo ng meaning. So, for CFI, comparative fit index, Tucker-Lewis index, may mga meaning din yan. Dapat not less than 0.95 according to Tabachnik and Fidel. So of course, it would really take a lot, no, kasi isa-isa ito merong talagang meaning at saka merong way of computing it. Even the sample size that you would be doing has to be regulated and has to be checked for possible multicollinearity and outliers. So mahaba-haba talaga na discussion on confirmatory factor analysis. So pwede yung gawin, pwede ka namang mag-EFA, pwede ka mag-CFA, but I would recommend that if in case you would attempt to do a confirmatory factor analysis, sa PhD na yan. Sa PhD nyo na gawin yan. Huwag nyo gawin sa master's or sa undergrad kasi medyo talagang matrabaho siya and then it falls under the theory development kasi. Kapag PhD ka kasi, you're expected to create a theory or a model. And CFA is perfect for that. Although EFA is good for that, pero kulang kasi yung EFA. Your EFA is your initial attempt for scale development, but what makes it valid and acceptable and tested based on reliability indices is your confirmatory factor analysis. Okay, any other questions?
Sir, one more, sir.
Sure.
Sir, we have this instrument, sir. In our extension, the extensionist of our university is having this kind of tool after the extension is being done, like an evaluation tool for the extension, sir. And we're planning to have that tool whenever we have extension in the system-wide. So we're planning that tool, sir, among gamiton yun, sir. So saan siya, sir, mag-EFA and then for publication purposes also, sir, I don't know.
Okay, so first and foremost, what is the scaling of your instrument for community extension? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, so meron na ba kayong predefined dimensions?
I don't know that, sir. What's
Which
the...
predefined indicators ba? For example, indicator number 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
yes, sir. We
Indicator
have that already.
Oh, so but paano nyo nalaman na ang mga items na yun are under those indicators?
Under kuan pa yun, sir.
Under investigation pa, pero
Yes, sir.
naglagay na kayo ng definite na name, kumbaga. So ang tawag sa approach na yan, naming mga researchers, is TSL. Tingin sa langit approach. Ang tingin sa langit approach is, for example, ano ba ang pwede natin i-indicator ng community extension? ito yung mga dimensions. O sige, anong mga items under dyan? Ay, ang item number 1, ganito siya dapat. Item number 2, ay 5 items lang yan. Sino bang nagsabi na ang dimension na yan is 5 items? Hindi tayo pwedeng mag-TSL. That's actually a TSL approach. Tingin sa langit approach. Ano pa ba ang item dito na pwede? Ay, nakalimutan ko na, Mars. Anong input mo? Ganon. So, ang pwede mong gawin is, well, it's only an instrument that's for internal use. So, wala tayong magagawa. Sometimes, ganun kasi talaga ang nakasanayan natin. No? But I would suggest na since yun ang approach ng paggagawa ng instrument is just to uh, allow that instrument to be evaluated by experts in the field. So nakikita ko na hindi naman kailangan na mag-EFA and CFA ka doon kasi it would not be a standardized instrument for everyone. It's an instrument that you use to evaluate the community extension of your institution. So what I suggest is that i-item analysis mo na lang yun, i-cronbox alpha mo na lang yun para makita mo talaga na may internal consistency ang mga items. And I think
Okay.
so, ganun din naman yung experience namin dito sa university. We do not do exploratory and confirmatory factor analysis for instruments that we use to administer to determine leadership practices. May mga existing na kasi na leadership practices skill. So I mean, why do I need to do to establish an underlying dimensions of this instrument? Meron naman siyang dimensions kumbaga. But ang tinuturo namin ang EFA at saka CFA, talagang tinuturo namin siya na approach sa aming masters at sa PhD respectively, so that they would know the exact and the correct and the most scientific process in the skill development. Para in their own, gagawa sila ng instrument na kanila, and then the effect is that that instrument will be adapted or cited by others and will be used also with permission from you. Yun ang intention natin. Yung talagang we will be trailblazing talaga tayo when we create our own instrument. In my opinion, that would make you an expert. For example, Dr. Gono, ang sa kanyang study is redefinition of the parameters of meaningful mathematics learning. So kanya yon, skill niya yon. Pero ang question doon, ang context niya, college students lang ng school nila. So, I mean, the generalizability of that skill would now be put into question. Now, there would be authors who would be more interested to use that skill and administer it to a general population, re-establish the dimensions under exploratory factor analysis, and create a better fitting based on data coming from random samples talaga. So, that would actually be possible. No? Pero I warn everyone, it would really take time. You would really study it, and the first attempt of that is this lecture. So please check the materials, as well as I have a prior discussion of EFA like this in a 2-hour discussion in my YouTube account. No? So hanapin niyo yung PICPA 11 seminar. Doon ako nag-discuss ng exploratory factor analysis using the same data set that we have now. So please check it out and feel free to view it or stream it if in case you want to really learn. Okay? medyo tanga pa ako doon. Any other question? Any other interest? So, pwede kayong mag-consult ngayon. Baka may mga nakikita kayo na pwedeng i-publish na mga study using factor analysis. I would really be happy to shed light on that matter kung kaya ko naman. Okay, sino dito ang may prior experience in factor analysis? Yung talagang nakapag-run na talaga ng software, nakapag-study na kahit isang study lang. Okay, so it's your time to shine, no? If in case wala kayong experience, you would do that, no? You would try to attempt that kasi sayang din naman ang learning experience that hindi natin siya gagamit. Again, I started from scratch. I first started learning factor analysis way back 2013. Okay? And then path analysis. Sir, may ask kung paano po mag-analyze ng data ng technical performance. Hindi ko alam. Hindi ko alam, sir. Sir Kenneth, can you shed light on this question?
Hello po, good afternoon po, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, ito po ay example po ng researches na nag-a-analyze po ng technical performance. Say for example po, an incubator po na nag-maintain ng temperature and humidity, yung mga ganong ano po sir, parameters po. Say for example po, meron pong trials na kinakandak po sa research ng mga ganong system po.
Ay, okay. So parang testing, usually ang ganun naman is basically descriptive, no? So which means that if you want to measure the parang technical performance ng machine, ang pinaka-common naman na nire-report is frequency, percentage, mean, standard deviation. Yun lang naman ang usual na nababasa ko sa mga capstone projects ng mga machines dito ng students namin. Meron din naman na ginamit ang machine to measure specific conditions, and then afterwards may in-implement na based on the result, may in-implement na parang intervention, may changes ba na ginawa, and then after some time the machine was being used again to measure it. So ang nangyari is kinumpare ang dalawang means. So papasok yan sa paired sample t-test. Pwede yon. Pwede din naman na papasok ang ating independent sample t-test kapag merong specific na data na na-capture ang machine na pwede nating i-group. Pwede natin i-group according to week. Compare natin si week 1 o si week 2. Different time. Pwede naman na paired sample t-test yon, pero pwede din naman nating i-measure kung independent group siya. For example, data na na-capture data na na-capture nung ang operator is lalaki, or nung data na na-capture nung operator ay babae. So, parang something like that. No? You would basically test the mean differences using independent sample t-test. Pwede naman ganon. So, depende din naman yan sa machine mo kung ano ang kanyang technicalities, at saka depende din yan kung ano ang data na measure mo. And for verification, mas mabuti na kung meron kang machine na ganyan, kapag may mga publications publishing that particular machine, pwede mong i-benchmark kung ano ang mga usual na nire-report nila. So, at least malaman mo kung ano ang mga analysis na pwedeng gawin.
Okay po sir, thank you po.
No worries. So medyo mabigat ang factor analysis for today's video. So let's wrap up with another statistical analysis. Okay. Medyo ang iba algorithmic na kasi ito, so I'm actually more concerned on baka ma-info overload kayo sa K-means clustering, hierarchical clustering. So pwede naman natin siyang i-discuss on another occasion, no? Kasi ang factor analysis is sobrang mabigat. Asan pa ba ang pwede kong i-discuss sa inyo? Multivariate. Okay. Very, very nice, very nice. I remember I would also need to discuss to you another multivariate analysis of the regression family. Pwede nating i-discuss ang mediating effect. Okay. So ano ba ang mediating effect? Mediating effect is basically represented by the following. Kukuha muna ako ng notes here, and then I would give you an example of a mediating effect. Okay, kuha na lang ako ng diagram. Gagawa na lang ako ng diagram. So, for example, I will place another data muna sa Dropbox natin. Let's say sino nga yung full mediating effect? Si Hordan. Sandali lang ha. And then, ilalagay ko siya sa Dropbox so that I could show you what mediating effect is. So, ang pangalan ng dataset is jordan.sav. Okay, so please refresh your Dropbox, still tinyurl.com/EFA seminar. And then you can use that, no. So ang study naman ni Jordan is training program efficacy. Type ko muna yung variables niya para hindi at least alam lang natin kung paano siya gawin. Ang ito is what's MPS? Okay. MPS is sports performance, sport competitiveness, and then coach leadership. Okay. Okay, so i-share ko yung screen ko. I'll go to Microsoft Word and we're going to discuss what mediating effect is. So, for mediating effect, ganito ang kanyang framework. It's still under the regression analysis family, particularly in the simple linear regression, but there's a particular statistical analysis that actually creates an impression whether the relationship diminishes or improves upon the entry of another variable. So let's say that there's an obvious relationship of two variables according to your related literature. Parang na-introduce ko na kahapon ang diagram ng mediating effect, but for the purpose of us knowing how it is done, let's assume that related literature already dictates us that there is an obvious relationship already to begin with upon some variables. Now, the obvious relationship of these variables have been tested by related literature, but not the interrelationship of these variables. For example, let's assume for the record that coach leadership really makes sports competitiveness. Kumbaga, ang leadership daw ng coach is obviously related or has a direct effect on how athletes become competitive in sports. So that's an obvious relationship already. Now, some related literature would actually say that coach leadership also creates a better or actually drives or also creates better or more effective training program. So training program efficacy. Of course, very obvious no kapag maganda ang leadership ng coach no, he would really define a good training program that would be effective for the athletes, making them competitive in the performance of the sport. So now, ang question natin, although it's related in their individual levels, do you think training program efficacy cancels out to the point of non-significance or retains the significance of the direct effect of coach leadership towards sports competitiveness? Kumbaga, may relasyon na silang dalawa. Ngayon, umiksena ito. Ang relasyon ba nila nabawasan ba to the point of non-significance or nabawasan siya pero significant pa rin? Because they actually matter. So mediating effect is where you test whether this one eliminates the relationship of this one. So kung babalikan natin ang regression analysis natin, ang ating titingnan pa rin is ang beta, ang changes sa ating beta coefficient, whether it would decrease or increase upon the addition of another variable. So ang topic niya is coach leadership and sports competitiveness of college athletes. The mediating role of training program efficacy. So this is a master's thesis, kumbaga. So ngayon, ang hypothesis niya is apat. No? First, coach leadership has a significant direct effect on sports competitiveness. That's hypothesis number 1. Hypothesis number 2, coach leadership has a significant direct effect on training program efficacy. Hypothesis number 3, training and program efficacy has a direct effect on sport competitiveness. Hypothesis number 4, the original or relationship of coach leadership and sport competitiveness will be mediated partially or fully by training program efficacy. Okay? So, so ang mangyayari is ang gagawin natin is open tayo sa SPSS using the data set that I have provided. So the pangalan is Jordan. So ang training program efficacy is i-label natin sa variable view training program efficacy para madali natin siyang malaman, no? And then afterwards, ang ating competitiveness is sports competitiveness. Tapos ang leader is coach leadership. So tatong variable lang naman ang ating isa-solve for possible mediating effect. Now, what's the first test that we need to do if we wanted to proceed to linear regression? Anong test 'yon? Anyone? Anong test ang kailangan nating i-run for us to determine for us to proceed to
Pearson R.
regression analysis? So correct, Pearson R. So ang assumption naman ng mediating effect, dapat ang variables correlated. So click analyze. Mag-new output muna ako ha. New output. Okay? Para dito siya lalabas. So click analyze and then correlate and then bivariate. So hahanapin ko yung mga ito, training program efficacy. Tapos coach leadership, then tapos sports competitiveness. Yan. So naka-click si Pearson, naka-flag si significant correlations, click OK. So based on our correlation, training program efficacy is both correlated with coach leadership and sports competitiveness. Sports leadership is significantly related with training program efficacy and sports competitiveness is significantly related with training program and coach leadership. Assumption number 1, met. Next one is to go to your framework. Now, ang framework natin, ito yung mga assumptions natin. Assumption number 2, kailangan ang original leadership ng independent variable mo established by related literature. Which means it should be related based on related literature and it should be statistically related, which means that yan ang original direct effect. So kung magre-regression tayo, dapat significant ito. Third one, dapat significant ang effect ni IV kay mediator variable. Dapat may related literature ka na nagsabi na significant effect ang leadership towards training program efficacy and that ang kanyang regression output or analysis should be significant as well. Next assumption is that si training program efficacy or ang mediator variable should also be significantly related with sports competitiveness and should also be a significant predictor or dapat meron siyang direct effect. Now, kapag yung tatlong variable na yan, na-establish mo yung significant relationship, ang final step should be dapat ang training program efficacy mag-mediate sa relationship na to, either partial or full mediation. Anong ibig sabihin ng partial or full mediation? Ang partial mediation, talagang nag-mediate siya by reducing the beta of coach leadership towards sports competitiveness, but ang reduction ng beta coefficient is still significant kasi ang p-value ng beta change na yon is less than 0.05. However, kapag full mediation naman, ang original relasyon ng husband at wife na-cancel because may dumating na another mediator variable, which means that ang reduction ng beta is to the point of non-significance. significant ang relasyon nila dati, naging non-significant na nung umeksena itong mediator variable na to. In that case, we call it full mediation. So ano ba paano mo siya gagawin sa SPSS? Sir, magagawa ba natin siya? Magagawa natin siya pero hindi siya clickable. Dalawa ang approach natin sa SPSS. We use the programming approach or syntax approach, or we will use the custom dialogue builder na add-ins ni kalimutan ko yung name ni Baron and Kenny. Okay, so ang gagawin natin is ang gagawin ko, ipapasa ko sa inyo ang syntax. Hello. So ang gagawin ko is ipapasa ko yung syntax sa inyo, no? I-share ko sa inyo para naman meron kayong magamit. So, eto no. Hanapin ko muna yung talagang mediating. Eto na, papasok na ako sa aking mediating. And then, ipapasa ko na lang ang syntax. So, I'll share this to everyone para naman may magamit kayo. No? Para makapag-practice din kayo ng mediating effect. So, importante na meron kang, ito yung gagamitin natin. No? 3 files ang gagamitin natin sa mediating effect. Unang-una is your data. Your data in SPSS should be saved. So, dapat nakasaved ito sa isang location. So, ang location na to is sinave ko sa isang secure location, drive D equals /mediating ang pangalan ng folder sa loob ng mediating folder, yun na yun. Yun ang address ng ating file. So, you have to be very, very particular on the location of the file. Syntax na sinend ko sa inyo, dyan tayo magko-coding. And then third is, doon lalabas ang output. Ang third is ang output. So since nakasave na ang data na ito, sa isang secure location, ang kakalikutin ko na lang is ang syntax mismo. So sa top, share ko muna siya, and then I'll go to, nandito na pala sa ang mediating na software. No? So share ko muna ang screen, and then all screen. So ano ang laman ng syntax? This basically contains all the source code of running the statistical analysis. So sir, pwede ba natin clickable siya? Pwede naman, pero kailangan mo ng custom dialogue builder. So ang pinaka-traditional is ang paggamit ng algorithm na to. So let's say, sir, paano ka magrara ng mediating effect? Ng regression analysis using mediating effect. Gagawin natin dito. First, i-compute natin ang independent variable. I-define muna natin ang data. So, ang data natin, saan siya available, define, data in, ang location ng aking data is nasa drive D underscore, /mediating folder, /Jordan. Okay? /. That means nasa loob ng folder na yan ng ating data. And then saan mo ilalabas ang output? Dito same pa rin. So dyan mo ilalagay. Make sure na wag mong i-delete ang apostrophes because yan ang magko-contain sa location ng file mo. Kapag may delete dito na importanteng bagay, unless otherwise nasa loob ng asterisk, hindi magra-run ang software mo. So you have to be very, very careful in the coding process. And then saan mo kukunin ang data mo? Ang data mo is andon. Ang pangalan ng data ko is Jordan.sav. Ayan. So, pansin nyo, nag-yellow siya because the file is existing. So, ngayon, ano ang magiging, ano ang magiging labelings ko? Ano ang magiging pangalan ng aking ang pangalan ng aking variables? You have to be very, very careful with the case. No? So, kung naka-capital yan lahat, spell out yan lahat, kailangan mo talagang i-spell out yan sa syntax mo. So in this case, I do believe na ang aking independent variable is coach leadership. So ang coach leadership ko dito is leader yung tinype ko. So ang ita-type ko dito sa mediating is leader. Ang dependent variable ko is competitiveness. So, compete ang pangalan. So, you have to be very particular with the capital also. So, compete. And then period, dapat may period yan. Tapos ang mediator variable ko is ano? Ang variable ko naman is training. Okay? So after that, i-check kung training ba talaga ang nilagay ko sa training. Okay? So afterwards, so make sure na wala kang na-delete dyan. The rest of that are algorithms already. Hindi mo na kailangang galawin yan. Ang next mong gagawin is click run and click all. Ayan. So lalabas ang output. So ngayon, ang moment of truth. Ano ang interpretation natin? First, babalikan natin ang ating assumptions. Your independent variable should be correlated and should have a significant direct effect on your dependent variable. Saan natin makikita yan? Makikita natin yan sa pinakahuling regression. Independent and dependent variable. So ang gagawin natin, class, hahanapin natin sa coefficients. And then, babalikan natin yung mediating framework natin. Ayan, babalikan natin yung mediating framework. Maglalagay tayo ngayon ng values ng beta. So, ang ilalagay natin na values ng ating beta, asa na yung text box? Shape fill, no fill, shape outline, no outline. Okay. So ano ang beta value ng original relationship? 0.670. Lalagyan ko yun ng asterisk because that would mean na significant. Kung 0.05, isang asterisk. Kung 0.01, dalawang asterisk. Okay? So ito ang original relationship at saka ang original effect ni coach leadership towards sports competitiveness. For this assumption, for this first assumption, pasok na tayo. Now, next would be eto, no? Ano ba kung may significant dapat si coach leadership or your independent variable towards your mediator variable. So, saan natin to mahahanap? Mahahanap natin to sa pinakaunang simple linear regression na lumabas. Dito siya sa pinakauna. Medyo baliktad kasi yung algorithm. So, independent variable leading to the mediator. So, ang value niya based sa coefficient is 0.448. Okay, so tatype ko dito 448. So, pasok na tayo sa second assumption. Third assumption is that dapat significant din ito. So, saan mo siya mahahanap? Mahahanap mo siya sa pangalawang regression kung saan malalaman natin kung may mediating effect. So, dito siya sa pangalawa. So, dito siya. So, dalawa na ang nakapasok. IV and then MV. No? So, ngayon, ano ba ang may direct effect ba si mediator, mediator towards the dependent variable? In this case, wala siyang significant. 0.005. So in this case, hindi siya significant, so hindi siya nag-meet sa assumption natin. So in this case, failure tayo sa pag-establish ng mediating effect because in the first place, wala na tayong purpose to compute whether this original relationship will be diminished or not diminished because non-significant niya. But nonetheless, for the purpose of illustration, let's check whether or not nung pumasok si mediator variable, ano ang nangyari sa original relationship ni coach leadership kay sports competitiveness. Nag-improve ba siya or nag-diminish? Titingnan natin yan sa still from the same table dito sa output, which is itong IV towards DV. So ang score na niya is 0.668. So pansinin niyo ang relationship niya is still significant pero ang na-diminish lang niya is 0.02 points. Which means that training program efficacy, the original effect of coach leadership towards sports competitiveness was actually almost not affected. Okay, and it remains to be significant even the addition of training program efficacy. So, ibig sabihin, hindi siya mediating effect. So, what if i-try natin to switch it the other way around? Ang training program efficacy would become the independent variable and the coach leadership becomes the mediator variable. Kumbaga, ang leadership ng coach is nabibuild because of the kind of training program that you have. And it also affects sports competitiveness and the sports leadership. So anong gagawin natin? We will just configure the changes of your source code, training ang ilalagay natin sa independent variable, sa ating mediator would be leader. And then we will run. So what happens is, ito na ang ating result. So first, punta tayo sa original original relationship. Ang original relationship is andito. So ang kanyang original relationship is 0.386. So i-change ko na naman ito to 0.386. Next one, titingnan natin ang effect ni training program efficacy kay coach leadership. Makikita natin yan sa first regression analysis. That is 0.570. Now, titingnan natin kung ano ang final value ni training program efficacy nung pumasok si coach leadership at ano ang direct effect ni coach leadership kay sports competitiveness. In this case, pupunta tayo sa second output. Okay. So ngayon, ipapasok natin si MV towards DV, that's 0.668, which is this one. And ano na ang nangyari sa 0.386? Ano ang value niya? Ang value niya is 0.005. In this case, this is not significant. Now, na-meet ba natin lahat ng assumptions? Yes. First and foremost, related silang tatlo. Pangalawa, may direct effect siya kay sports competitiveness, which should be the most obvious relationship. Dapat yan ang established na ng related literature. Pangatlo is that meron siyang direct effect kay coach leadership or sa mediator variable, which is actually proven here. Dapat ito meron siyang direct effect, which is actually proven here. But what happens to the original relationship? This one, which is actually mathematically represented as C, on its C prime, it became non-significant. This is a case of what we call full mediation because the entry of coach leadership leads to the non-significance of the original effect of training program towards sports competitiveness. In short, training program efficacy became non-significant upon the entry of coach leadership, and coach leadership would become something that matters more to ensure sports competitiveness. So we call this as full mediation. Now, how about partial mediation? Ang partial mediation, ganito siya. The assumptions are still met, pero ang 0.386 is nag-reduce lang siya ng konti, pero significant pa rin siya. So for example, pagpalagay natin, ang result ng final regression analysis is 187, pero significant siya at 95% confidence interval. That means na partial mediation lang siya because a part of the original effect of training program efficacy to sports competitiveness passes through coach leadership but may na-retain na significance kay training program efficacy. So ngayon, balikan natin ang full mediation. Ilan ba ang original effect ni training program efficacy ang na-mediate ni coach leadership? Makikita natin yan sa pinakahuling output, which is here. Percentage of the total effect that is mediated, 98.61, which means that 98.61 of the original effect of training program efficacy towards sports competitiveness, in this case, is already absorbed by coach leadership. And that what remains is a non-significant direct effect of training program efficacy and sports competitiveness. But if in case ipagpalagay natin, doon tayo sa 187, tapos partial mediation lang siya, what if ang total na mediate, let's say, is 62%? 62% of the original effect of training program efficacy towards sports competitiveness is absorbed by the entry of coach leadership, and the remaining variance is still coming from the independent variable training program efficacy leading to sports competitiveness. Okay? So sample studies about mediating effect, you can go to scholar.google.com. Meron ditong mga sample, let's say Gideon. No, it's not Gideon. Yeah, no, hindi siya. It's not Gideon. It would be mediating effect still of Floyd. So eto, this one is a publication of one of my colleagues here, the mediating effect of technological innovations on the relationship between work-life balance. Medyo mahina ang ating i-click ulit siya. Kung mahina ang ating internet. Sige na lang, hanap na lang ako ng ibang example. Guhaw. So for example, this one, mediating effect of authentic leadership of school heads on the relationship between teamwork attitudes and work engagement. So tingnan natin ang kanyang result. So ang authentic leadership is the mediating variable. Titingnan natin kung partial or full ang mediation niya. So titingnan natin sa pinakahuli. So in this case, we found out that all paths are significant, which means that the mediating effect is partial because all of the paths remain to be significant even pumasok si mediator variable. So the original relationship of the original direct effect of TA to AL is 0.913 but nung pumasok si AL, ang nangyari is that na-reduce ang direct effect niya from 0.913 to 0.32. So, ibig sabihin, kahit naging 0.32 ito nung pumasok si AL, significant pa rin siya. So, still significant, that means partial mediation. But kapag ang original effect is na-cancel siya to the point of non-significance, then full mediation siya. But dapat significant ito, and dapat ang original effect niya is also significant. Now, that's the approach for mediating effect. How about ensuring, how about sir kung gusto ko namin clickable lang kasi baka ma-delete namin yung source code. Ano kaya ang pwede nating gawin? So, if in case you want to do that, you need to install the mediating effect syntax custom dialog. Kailangan i-install ninyo ang process, no? Process macro ni Hayes. So ang process macro ni Hayes is accessible by going to www.processmacro.org. And then there is an installation guide here. You might want to download it by clicking download. Andito na lahat ng mga documentations niya. You click download. And then you need to install that by downloading the process 4.1 in both Mac and in Windows. So andito na lahat ng, if i-download mo siya, click download, i-extract mo siya, and then you install it using the dialog builder. So ang dialog builder naman natin is, mai-install natin siya sa ating SPSS by going to add-ons and by going to utilities and then custom dialogues and then install custom dialog builder. and hahanapin mo mismo ang na-extract na download. So for example, na-download natin siya, downloads like that, extract. So ang extracted andito sa loob ng process. So ang process for SPSS andito siya. Ito ang kailangan mong i-install. For example, how do you install it? Gagawin mo is go to SPSS and then right click that and then run as administrator. So kapag naka-open ka na, let's say naka-administrator mode ka na, ang gagawin natin is click utilities and then custom dialogues, install custom dialogue, and then hahanapin natin yung na-download natin na custom dialogue. So process, andito siya for SPSS, custom dialogue builder, click process.spd. So kapag na-install mo yan, i-click open, maglo-load yung custom dialogue builder sa mismong SPSS mo. Ang result niyan is when you click analyze and then when you click regression, lalabas dito siya sa regression. Nakatest siya sa regression bilang process 3.5 by Andrew F. Hayes. But ang version natin ngayon is 4.1. So ang lalabas dito is process 4.1 by Andrew F. Hayes. Now, how do we compute mediating effect na ating ginawa kanina with this particular approach? Kasi clickable na siya. So, balik tayo dito kay Jordan. Click ko si Analyze and then pupunta ako sa Regression and then pupunta ako sa Process 3.5. Tapos ipapasok ko yung aking Y variable which is competitiveness. Ito. Ang aking X variable is coach leadership. Papasok ko siya sa mediator. I'm sorry. Ipapasok ko siya sa X variable. At ang aking training program, ipapasok ko siya sa mediator. Okay? And then, since mediating effect ang i-compute ko, malalaman mo yan dito sa options. So kapag mag-mediating effect, mediation models only, ang kailangan mong piliin is model 4. So in this case, show total effect, and then effect size for mediation, and then standardized coefficients for mediation, and then click continue. And then ang model number na pipiliin natin is model number 4 because that's for mediating effect. And then click OK. Okay, so lalabas siya sa new output. Magra-run ang algorithm which is this one. And then that would be it. So kung ano ang output natin sa mediating effect na algorithm na nirun natin dito, same pa rin na lalabas dito. In this case lang, ang lalabas is iba lang, hindi lang naka-table yung regression niya, nakaganito lang. So kung titingnan mong mabuti, parehas lang din naman ang mga values na ilalabas niya. And maglalabas lang siya ng total, direct, and indirect effects. So this one is appropriate for testing specific theories or variables. This one is in our university, we encourage this in the master's program, particularly when the track is education. No? Kasi dito sila magtitest ng mediation ng specific variables under the research agenda on theory testing. Okay, so ang factor analysis naman is scale development, it's in masters, but on higher advanced scale development, pwede naman siya nating ipasok ang CFA under the PhD or the Doctor of Education program. Okay, if in case naman ang ating hypothesis is moderating effect, model 1 ang pipiliin natin. So, for example, if we believe that the mediator variable is the moderator variable. So we click analyze, and then we click regression, and then we click process. So tatanggalin natin si mediator bilang moderator. I-identify natin si model number 1. And then options, kailangan tanggalin natin si show total effects. tatanggalin natin si effect size, tatanggalin natin si standardized mediations. Ang kailangan lang natin is generate code for visualizing interactions, test for X by M interactions, and pairwise contrast of indirect effects. And then we will click OK, and then click OK. So magra-run ang process for moderating effect, and magbibigay siya sa'yo ng moderated regression. Moderated regression is when you multiply your moderator, an independent variable, to create another variable and to check whether or not it is significant. So if that's the case, makikita natin na isang variable mo may moderate the relationship. So kung ipapakita natin ang diagram ng moderating effect, it looks like this. Let's say that the independent variable is training efficacy and coach leadership is the moderator variable. So ang mangyayari, ganun, parang multiple pa rin yan, no? So coach leadership would have a direct effect also with sports competitiveness, but you want to investigate whether coach leadership moderates the effect of training program efficacy towards sports competitiveness. So ang mangyayari is mag-create siya ng interaction. Okay? So ang mangyayari, it would be TPE times CL. Magiging bagong variable na yan na magiging regressor ng sports competitiveness. So that's moderating effect. Yung nakikita natin na yung parang demographic variables, parang nagtuturo sa gitna ng direct effect. Tapos ang i-compute mo is t-test or one-way ANOVA. Hindi yun moderating effect. No? Ang tawag doon is differentiating effect or significant mean difference testing. So ang moderating effect is multiplying your independent variable with another independent variable, which is your moderator variable, and to check whether the new interaction would cancel to the point of non-significance or moderate still to the point of significance the original effect of training program efficacy and sports competitiveness, having the original moderator variable as a separate regressor. So this one is the moderating effect that we need to know. Kasi yung moderating effect na nakasanayan natin noon is t-test and ANOVA, which is basically differentiation of the mean rather than moderating the effect of the regression. Okay? So medyo mabigat ang ating mga lecture ngayon. Any questions for mediating and moderating effect before we go to the final lecture on conjoint analysis? Questions muna tayo for 10 minutes. Okay pa ba tayo ngayon? Okay pa ba ang lahat? Any comment? Any suggestion? Yes, Ma'am Charina, ano ang ating concern?
Daghan kaayo, sir, pero sunod na po.
Okay, so you have the option if we will proceed to the final lecture on conjoint analysis or if in case you want to stick with it. But in my opinion, I think let's call it a day and then we will entertain some questions na lamang kasi kapag magko-conjoint analysis pa tayo, brain drain na talaga ang maging effect sa inyo.
Ikaw, sir, okay pa ka, sir?
Oh, according to Mr. Shirhan, so much learning today, Miss Clarissa. Ang bigat nga po, info overload na. Thank you. Okay, would love to attend your thing. Yung conjoint analysis naman kasi is a market statistics, no?
Okay.
Gusto nyong malaman ang sample paper ko na conjoint analysis, punta tayo sa Google Scholar. Ang pinaka-recent na parang nag-trending is ito, millennial voters preference for the 2016 presidential elections, a simulation using conjoint analysis. When you click that, it's actually a study conducted before the campaign of Duterte when he rose to the presidency. So, ang ginawa namin is 800 na mga students ang aming Siyempre, di ba kapag pipili ka ng isang contestant, we actually have a lot of bases. No? And the basis would be, we call them attributes. Ano ba ang attributes na lumabas na importante sa pagpili ng kandidato nung nag-interview kami? So, of course, yung profession mo or kung ano yung trabaho mo. And then, experience in government service, the personality, the priority in the platform, and the educational level. So, ang nangyari is, profession is defined as lawyer, economist, or businessman. And then experience is, well, experience as an elected official, employed by the government, no significant experience in politics. Ang sa personality naman is liberal, traditional, iron-fisted. Ang priority is anti-crime and anti-corruption, economic growth, social services. At saka ang education is holds a bachelor's degree, master's degree, and doctoral degree. Just a snapshot ng conjoint analysis na ginawa namin noong 2016. Ang gusto ng mga millennial voters on the general is an economist. Okay, an economist, and then gusto nila either employed by the government before, kahit undersecretary or regional director, or experience as an elected official. So it could be a mayor, councilor, naging senator ka, naging vice president ka. So magandang preferred yun ng ating mga millennial voters, no? Hindi nila gusto nung walang significant experience in politics. So unang-una, meron tayong mga nai-elect ngayon na talagang walang significant experience. So I mean, 'di ba? So for personality naman, gusto nila yung liberal. Hindi liberal na isang party ka. Liberal, which means yung parang open-minded ka sa changes of the times. No, you are advocating for climate change. You are championing LGBTQIA rights. You're open-minded because you're liberal and you also love changes, kumbaga. Yung mga traditional or yung traditional, yung mga matatanda na medyo adamant ng ating mga younger people, no? Medyo negative yung kanilang preference doon. Kapag nagpapakita ng iron-fisted personality, talagang batas, positive yung kanilang response. No? Pero mas mataas yung kanilang preference dun sa open-minded. Priority naman is anti-crime and anti-corruption, economic growth, and social services. Gusto ng mga millennials na economic growth ang talagang dapat nating pagtutukan. No? Ano ba ang take ng ating mga students in terms of educational attainment? Kapag mas mataas ang educational attainment mo, mas preferable. Well, actually, this is true because yung ating respondents dito are college students. They would really look forward for an educated president. Or kapag talagang mataas ang attacks mo. So ngayon, inumpara natin ang individual behavior ng mga respondents. May iba-iba talaga sila na behavior. May gusto na either economist or businessman, na may experience as elected official, na may iron-fisted approach, at saka yung priority is either economic and social services. May iba din naman na business ang gusto nila, na kahit walang significant experience in politics, it could be traditional or iron-fisted. Ang kanyang punteriya is social services. May gusto naman na lawyer, and then experience as elected official, at saka liberal-minded, at saka social services ang approach niya. So, may varying naman yon na differences. No? So, if in case you want another lecture for this, I would recommend this for those who wanted to study market statistics or even preference modeling. So, pwede natin siyang magamit. Nagamit ko din ang conjoint analysis nung gumawa kami ng study on condominium property investment. Okay? Ano ang condominium property na gusto ng ating mga respondents? So, syempre, kung pipili ka ng condominium, talagang may mathematical equation yung behavior na yan. No? So, conjoint analysis yung ginamit namin. Ay napag-alaman namin na ang pinaka-importante pala sa lahat is ang location ng condominium. No? Kasi ang may pinakamataas na relative importance value. Ang pinakamaliit naman ang pinaka hindi naman masyadong issue is ang price. So for location, gusto ng mga taga Davao City na dapat ang location ng kanilang condo is malapit sa school at saka malapit sa workplace. So, baka may anak sila at saka malapit din sa downtown. Kumbaga madamit lang din sa pinagtatrabahuan nila. And then okay sa kanila ang 24-hour CCTV surveillance kahit wala ng security guard, kumbaga. Pero syempre mas okay din naman kung both, 'di ba? Pero based on our result, hindi nila gusto ng both security service at CCTV. Medyo questionable ito. And then, gusto nila ng maraming bedrooms. So, the higher the bedrooms, the better. Pero syempre naman, studio type ang usual condominium, di ba? And then, hindi issue sa Davao market na mas mahal ang condominium. The more expensive the condominium is, the better because that would mean the bigger bedrooms. And gusto nila ng dapat developer belongs to top 10 para naman may reputation. So, mga ganyan ang application ng conjoint analysis that we could discuss in later. Hopefully, sir, sa next pa yung AMOS. Okay, yung confirmatory factor analysis, pwede tayong mag-seminar ng CFA and path analysis using the analysis of moments of structures. Depende yan kina Sir Johnny, no? Baka mag-organize sila. Rush analysis, hindi ko expertise yan, but I could recommend a good trainer for that. But I guess nakapag-training na ang ating organizer ng rush analysis and they have a good expert for that. Kasi medyo hindi na ako expert sa rush analysis. Sa akin, ang item analysis ko naman is more on reliability analysis using Cronbach's Alpha, McDonald's Omega, Gutmann Split Half, tapos EFA and CFA. Doon ako. Pero yung mga item analysis na iba, parang kailangan ko pang mag-aral doon. Anyway, I know that this is so heavy. I know that it would take a lot of time for you to digest everything, but I thank everyone for attending and finishing the entire 4-session 2-day activity on advanced use of SPSS in analysis of data. And I do hope that we can still see each other in future engagements. And I would love to hear from the organizer if in case nagamit nyo talaga ang ating statistical analysis na natutunan ngayon towards creating a better research or towards a proposal of a master's thesis or a doctoral dissertation or ultimately a publication. So if in case you have questions, feel free to ask. We still have 3 minutes before 4 p.m. before we end our training. Okay, Sir Johnny?
Yes, hello, can you hear
Overload
me?
na daw sila, sir. Overload na daw sila.
Grabe, sir. All right,
Ikaw, sir,
so
okay lang ba ang ating topic? Hindi ka din ba na information overload?
actually, sir, about sa topic, medyo konti lang po yun. Pero actually, meron naman kaming ibang sir, like a speaker, pero kasi yung iba, yung ginagamit niya kasi is mostly RStudio. So iba kasi yung
iba
sir,
yun.
yung SPSS kasi yun po yung talaga ang gusto ng mga participants.
That's good. That's good. Yung R kasi hindi ko pa siya masyadong gamay kasi talagang may programming yan. Programming
Yes,
language
sir.
kasi yung R.
Yes, totoo, sir. At saka, ang nangyayari, sir, is yung RStudio, pag hindi mo nasundan yung isa, so until the end, sir, na session, wala ka na talaga, sir. So unlike SPSS, may mararating.
Okay, Sir Johnny, sige, I'll give the microphone to you for the ending ceremonies. I hope that Dr. Jean is still here.
Okay. So thank you. So may I ask to all the participants? So maybe if you have still clarificatory questions for our resource speaker. So this is actually the last time. So you may unmute yourself or you may write them down to our chat box. Okay, so I guess none. So that concludes the 2-day webinar on techniques and the analysis of quantitative data using SPSS. So to Dr. Jan Vianney Morsha, thank you for gracing the 2-day events, sharing your expertise on the topic techniques and the analysis of quantitative data using SPSS. And to all the 43 participants and to our institutional partners, so we have Eastern Visayas State University, Biliran Province State University, Cebu Normal University, Carlos Hilado Memorial State College, Aklan State University Ibahay Campus, Sangali National High School, St. Joseph College Olongapo Incorporated, St. Paul College of Ilocos Sur, Iloilo Science and Technology University, Miagao Campus, Cavite State University CCAT Campus, Notre Dame of Tacurong College, Sorsogon State University, Marist College Incorporated, Apayao State College, Cebu Technological University Tuburan Campus, St. Paul College of Ilocos Sur, Sorsogon State University Bulan Campus, San Pablo Colleges, New Bataan National High School Davao de Oro Division, Mariano Marcos State University, and University of Southeastern Philippines. Thank you very much. So let's have some photo ops. So may I request everyone to please open your camera, please.
Uy, ngayon ko lang nakita yung
Yeah.
lahat.
Yes.
Ayan,
So
ayan.
1, 2.
Meron akong student dito.
Yes. 1, 2, 3. Smile. 1, 2, 3.
Hi, Doc JB.
Hello everyone. Hello, ma'am. Nandito ba si Dr. Eleanor Guden? Parang wala yata.
1, 2, 3. Hold on. One, two, three. The other one. Two.
Okay.
All right. So thank you very much. So let's now proceed to the awarding of certificates. So to the resource speaker, let me read to you the citation. Certificate of recognition is awarded to, in grateful recognition for his outstanding service and exemplary contribution as resource speaker towards the success of the webinar training on techniques in the analysis of the quantitative data using SPSS on July 4, 5, 2022 via Zoom teleconferencing. Given this 5th day of July 2022 at AAAIA Office, Cagayan de Oro City, Philippines. Signed, Dr. Genaro V. Capos, Chairman of the Board, Asian Association for Academic Integrity, Inc., and Dr. Ken Kawasaki, Kochi University, Japan, Asian Association of Academic Integrity, Inc., President. So, certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Jan Benevi Morsha from University of Mindanao. Thank you so much, sir. Please hold on. Okay, thank you. And this is for the participants. So let me read to you the citation. Certificate of completion is awarded to named in school for having completed the webinar training on techniques in the analysis of quantitative data using SPSS in July 4 to 5, 2022 via Zoom teleconferencing, given this 5th day of July 2022 at AAAI Inc. Office, Cagayan de Oro City, Philippines. Signed, Dr. John Benedict Morsha, University Statistician and Data Analytics Focal Person, University of Mindanao, and the speaker, and Dr. Ken Kawasaki, Kuchi University, Japan, Asian Association for Academic Integrity, Inc. President. So certificate of completion is given to Lay Ann M. Fernandez from Cebu Normal University. The same certificate is given to Xavier Lawrence D. Mendoza from Cavite State University CC80 campus. The same certificate is given to Marie Presnabi Areza from Cebu Normal University. The same certificate is given to Flordelito Alvin T. Vesuelo from St. Paul College of Ilocos Sur. The same certificate is given to Teotema A. Ampong from Biliran Province State University. The same certificate is given to Sherla A. Biotong from Sangali National High School. The same certificate is given to Sherry B. Misida from Notre Dame of Bacorong College. The same certificate is given to Chantel May P. Alcueza from St. Paul College of Ilocos Sur. The same certificate is given to Roldan C. Tabayoyong from Maris College Incorporated. The same certificate is given to Rodelio M. Alba from St. Joseph College Olongapo Incorporated. The same certificate is given to Rodel A. Tapuro from Apayao State College. The same certificate is given to Robert Chan M. Eliab from Iloilo Science and Technology University, Niagao Campus. The same certificate is given to Reynold G. Bustillo from Biliran Province State University. The same certificate is given to Raymond Manuel from Biliran Province State University. The same certificate is given to Ray Rodriguez from Sorsogon State University, Bulan Campus. The same certificate is given to Norma M. Gualo from Biliran Province State University. The same certificate is given to Nathaniel Tungpalan from Apayao State College. The same certificate is given to Marlita Inieras from Biliran Province State University. The same certificate is given to Marjay P. de la Cruz from Cavite State University CC80 campus. The same certificate is given to Maria Socorro de Vita from Cavite State University CC80 campus. The same certificate is given to Rudy C. Aniano from Eastern Visayas State University. The same certificate is given to Lori Luchi Sabando from Iloilo Science and Technology University, Niagao Campus. The same certificate is given to Lee Zenier Sigrande from Mariano Marcos State University. The same certificate is given to Kenneth J. Enrico from Cavite State University CC80 campus. The same certificate is given to Jurek Barungao from Cavite State University CC80 campus. The same certificate is given to Jurek E. Paulino from Cavite State University CC80 campus. The same certificate is given to Junjun J. Marquez from Carlos Hilaga Memorial State College. The same certificate is given to Jericho B. Tadio from Cavite State University CC80 campus. The same certificate is given to Jenny N. Sidano from Iloilo Science and Technology University, Niagao campus. The same certificate is given to Chenery Y. Abad from Cavite State University CC80 campus. The same certificate is given to Esther B. Gilson from Biliran Province State University. The same certificate is given to Eleanor Temple Goodin from University of Southeastern Philippines. The same certificate is given to Edwina C. de la Peña from Biliran Province State University. The same certificate is given to Clarissa Alic from San Pablo Colleges. The same certificate is given to Cindy P. Digito from New Bataan National High School, Davao de Oro Division. The same certificate is given to Christine N. Acanto from Aklan State University, Ibahay Campus. The same certificate is given to Cheryl A. Ibaho from Biliran Province State University. The same certificate is given to Sharina G. Barnopillo from Cebu Technological University, Tuburan, Cebu. The same certificate is given to Ana May D. Miranda from Sorsogon State University. The same certificate is given to Alvin L. Ampong from Biliran Province State University. The same certificate is given to Alan John C. Moyot from Cavite State University CCAT campus. All right, so that's all. Thank you very much. So if meron po tayong mga correction, please do not hesitate to email us para po ma-rectify po yung mga certificates. So before we and do you have this Zoom teleconference? Do you have any questions or clarification? So okay, yes, do you have any questions? So if none, so congratulations to all the participants. So aside from the certificate of completion, you will also have a certificate of attendance and participation, which I will send to your email. So that would be tomorrow together with your electronic OR. So would that be fine? And then also, we are actually, can you hear me? All right. Then I would like also to ask everyone to please answer the training opinion survey. So sent directly to your email. So your feedback and insights is very vital for us to improve our services and our next event. And for the video presentation or recording, I will send it to you the link once downloaded to our email. So we will give you a limited time to review, like a week or two. All right, so thank you very much. This concludes the two-day webinar on techniques in the analysis of quantitative data using SPSS. We hope to see you soon at our next event. Have a wonderful day. Thank you and congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.